Hello, hello, folks, and it's day 3 of the Super Week, day 5 of Circuito Desafiante. And we are into it. This was kind of like the day I set my own deadline to try and figure out what I really think about teams, and we will find out. And it's a good day for it because the matches are actually kind of close across the board. So we've got Rise versus Flamingo to start it off. I believe every single team is within plus or minus 1 win of their opponents. So Rise just picked up a win yesterday, which was, by the way, the wildest win so far. They beat Kaboom, who was 3-0, while they were 0-3. So, low-key, the biggest upset we've seen so far in Circuito. Yeah, and that one would have been more interesting before Rise made their roster changes. They've switched out their AD carry and their mid laner. So it was Piloto as their mid laner, who was formerly on Flamingo. And it was Aikawa, who's now been switching for Bippy, who I think has been doing a really solid job, actually. Bippy, completely new player to me, but looking pretty good overall, I'd say. Yups is still on the Rise roster, so he'll get his revenge, hopefully, on Flamengo. Flamengo is kind of odd right now. I don't really know what to think of them. They seem plagued by the same issues that they had last split, where it's not a mechanical problem. It seems to just be like a... I don't know, they don't know what they're doing. Yesterday, they lost to Stella in stunning fashion. Stunning not as in there was like an amazing play which somehow turned the tides. Stunning in that they bashed their head into the wall repeatedly until they were stunned and didn't know what they were doing anymore, apparently. So hopefully they get that fixed. Yeah. That one was kind of wild. Yeah, and then we had Red versus ECG as well yesterday, where ECG managed to pull out the win against A7, which is pretty close. That actually puts ECG at the top, surprisingly. And I think people were telling me that they're just lucky, strength of schedule. They and Alpha 7 were the sort of two promoting teams, let's call them, this year. They were formerly Rats and Dopamina. And Alpha 7 was heavily favored initially. Week 1, they looked really good, apparently. But guess what? I didn't watch Week 1. I watched Week 2. And both their losses came this week. So I don't really know what to think about Alpha 7 necessarily. But ECG looks not bad. I wouldn't say they look great, but they don't look bad whatsoever. And then Red Academies look better this week. I think they've woken up, started figuring out their synergy. Same thing with K-Star Academy. The Academy teams are definitely starting to pop off. Game 3 features, I think, the top of the table matchup, Kate Academy versus Kaboom. Kaboom here at Gaming. Felt like we really saw that yesterday, where they drafted, I don't want to say cocky, but certainly very very heavy on the skill expression, shall we say. And they couldn't quite get Herod into a winning position. And when Herod's not winning, it feels like Kaboom's not winning. So, yeah. Then we got Stella versus Los, 2-2 right now. Los is exactly the same day as they were last split, where they're good, but they're not playing particularly intelligently. Like, they're strong, they know it, and they flex it. It is what it is. Stella was fun yesterday. They got a pretty epic win. I just like Stella. I hope they keep winning. And Corinthians versus A7 is, I think, two teams which I've been told is good, but... Well, okay. I've been told A7 is good, and I think Corinthians is good, but neither have quite performed up to expectations so far this week. So we'll see how that one goes for now. Yeah, Linkus and Bippy coming in, replacing Piloto and Aikawa. Makes sense. Yups actually did really well yesterday up against Hirit. Like, he was still down CS, but I think he neutralized top lane really, really well. And to me, Makes is kind of in a similar category, I'd say, to Hirit, where he's incredibly lane dominant. He's hovered the Darius a couple times. We've not seen the Darius being locked in. I think I'd like to see Darius being locked in. Yeah, though Yups could just try attempt to nullify it. That's real. His damage just is really... what damage, buddy? What's wrong? In cold? In pain? I don't know. But certainly not having the best time. That's for sure. Okay, we are partway through draft. Yikes, I hate this. It makes hitting Gwen makes a lot of sense. I mean, big carry champion. It's not the Darius, but arguably more carry potential than Darius, or easier carry potential. Like ban's mandatory against Zai. Okay, so Pantheon makes it through. Rise is going to pick that up on red side. They're blinding Annie, which is okay. I don't think Annie's got terrible matchups. You can pick like Orianna into her to mess her up, but they've gone with the Galio instead, it looks like. Wukong. Okay. Pretty balanced team for Flamengo. They knew exactly what they wanted, just slammed it ASAP. Overall, just a really balanced composition, 4 out of 5 in terms of just in a vacuum. But this side might mess them up. Let me just see here. They're running in Best into Gwen. I'm not super fond of that matchup, but it's okay. I like the Braum into Zaya. I've said that before. I think it does mess up what Zaya wants to do a little bit. Sivir is... I actually really like Sivir into Zaya. I think she just absolutely wrecks Zaya and they play in similar ranges. Pantheon's kind of meh. In isolation, this team doesn't have a lot of cohesion. Like, you've got Pantheon early. Pantheon and Annie's actually a pretty good mid jungle duo. I actually like it. The problem is that outside of the laning phase, Pantheon doesn't have that much synergy in this composition. And Besta doesn't have that much synergy in this composition. You match the global pressure at least. The scaling's better. Okay, I don't really like this comp in a vacuum. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Like, the more I look at it, the less I kind of like it. I got a 2.5. Like, it's okay. Like, you can see how it wants to play. There's just not a lot of inbuilt synergy. That said, running to this composition, it probably gets a bit of a buff. I'd say 3. Just because I think the Sivir isn't being threatened very much, and so it does get the free skill a little bit. The Pantheon Annie, I think, is a very strong duo, better than the Wukong Galio, at least in the 2v2. I think Wukong Galio has more impact in team fights than Pantheon Annie. So it's kind of like lane or individual matchups are kind of good for Rise, but comp is better for Flamengo. And I think that's actually really important for Flamengo, given what we've seen from them. They do seem to struggle a little bit with execution. With executing sort of the composition. It doesn't get much simpler than this, to be honest. You engage, you engage, you engage, you survive, and you just do top lane things, right? Like that. This is the quintessential super basic composition. It's by 4 out of 5. Would have been higher if the other matchup didn't fare so well into them. Yeah, if Flamengo can't execute this, then Flamengo has major issues. Very reminiscent again of last split, and we'll see. Yeah, at that point, it's like I'm kind of scared for them.
Mas também pode entrar esse Wukong fazendo entrada com o chamariz, fazendo iniciação. Eu vejo que eles têm muitas condições aqui, colocar o Enf talvez nessa posição um pouco mais de suporte, mas que possa fornecer esses mecanismos para ter esse follow-up interessante, pode ser um caminho. E puxando esse ponto também que você trouxe, André, sobre a Sivir, eu tô com uma opinião um pouco dividida dela, porque...
I just didn't talk too much about Rise. Like we said, their comp's kind of disparate. They just want to do their own things. I'm not really sure what to think about Rise yet, because Rise, I think, out of all the teams we've seen this week, has been the most bipolar. Like, they had a really bad Monday. They had really good yesterday. So my conclusion of them might just be at the end of the week that they are a very inconsistent team. That's fully possible. I really don't know what to think yet. Yeah, I feel like a lot of my focus for Rise specifically has been on Bippy, because he's brand new to me. Actually, where would I put Bippy out of all the 80 carries? Squirrel has been struggling way more than he should. I think Bippy's performed better than Squirrel this week. Celo's better. Gru is actually surprisingly not bad. Again, in my head, Gru's a top laner. Trigo has not been doing well, so I would rate Bippy above Trigo currently. Though historically speaking, Trigo's better. Dudu's been not the focus of his team. He's alright. Netuno's been above average, so I'd probably put Netuno over Bippy. Kojima probably above Bippy. Matsukaze is a very weird one, because I feel like Matsukaze's been playing everything but the CS and laning good. But for an 80 carry, like, laning is such an important thing that it feels weird to like rank him well when he's struggling getting his CS. Kissy has not impressed me. I would say Kissy's like average. Yeah, so Bippy's actually top half of things right now.
Não, vai fechar a super semana, né?
That's good.
Aí seria-
We know Linkus is fine. Zai is very good. String's been staying,
Ó, o bom é que
I'd say,
no
pretty
segundo
good.
desafiante a gente tá tendo os MD1, depois a gente
Yups
vai
has been
ter
kind of
MD3,
doing
e por fim
like
a
what
gente vai
Matsukaze has been
ter
doing, where I
as
think he's
MD5.
very
Então, a
good
gente
at.
vai ter vários formatos. Isso vai ser legal, inclusive, pra testar a adaptação dos times. Como é que eles vão
I was gonna say he's good outside lane, but
utilizar
no,
ao
he
longo do
is good in
campeonato,
lane. He's
até
neutralizing well.
pensando em pixie bans, aí vai ter
We'll find
mudança
out.
de patch. São várias coisas que
Okay.
vão fazendo aí
What I've noticed
mais
about game
flexível,
timings
mais
though is that
adaptável.
game one usually takes longer to start. I assume because they probably start on time. So they're putting in like they have to wait for the delays and everything to go through. And I think as we go into the other games, the players probably start their games a little bit earlier, so then it's faster rolls after the first game. Fingers crossed we don't get pauses. And it's nice and fast
O
through
jogo
the day.
está próximo pra gente conseguir destrinchar como será essa partida, se a equipe do Flamengo vai conseguir garantir seu segundo pontinho, se a Rise vai continuar aproveitando o seu momentum também, que acaba sendo muito importante você conseguir essa vitória, como a gente pontuou, veio de uma vitória grande contra a equipe do Cabum, que estava invicta até então, mas é só em Summoner's Rift pra gente descobrir.
Ah, e se falando em Summoner's Rift, a gente já tá lá.
Talking about Flamengo trying to score a second point. Both these teams trying to score a second point right now.
Era
Hey, Rev!
Era.
É,
Deve ser, né?
aí ó, uma...
Tomando um banho gostoso.
How is life, buddy?
É uma beleza. No
Eu só não
ofurô.
sabia que a fauna
2 days in a
aqui
row.
é
Let's go.
capivara, mas, assim,
Ah,
a gente pode esboçar um pouquinho pra fingir que
Olha que lindo,
Agora
essa
sabia.
bolinha com cascatinha.
Yes. Not Loud Makes. It was
Mas o que daqui a pouco não vai estar uma delícia, não vai estar uma loucura.
Oh, frick me. What team was Loud on? Oh, it was Makes on. I'm actually blanking on which team he was on.
Fala com a gente lá na hashtag Circuitão. Mostra pra quem você tá torcendo, porque a gente tá
Ah,
só começando
well,
mais um dia.
Okay, wait. Maybe we're not thinking of the same Mix. Like Mix was in tier 1 last year actually on Liberty. That was the one. Oh yeah, Loud Academy. Yes, yes, yes. Loud Academy. Yeah, I remember him more from Liberty. He was in CBLOL for a little bit, and he actually had an insane like Darius game where I can't remember if he penta killed or he like 1v5'd on the Darius. It was insane.
Pode ser um pouco complicado, mas em termos de você conseguir essa visão, você conseguir esse
2023 Academy. I
I
think I was watching Academy back in 2023, but I didn't stream it. But good memory.
Considerando que você tenha sido do outro lado, a N que consegue dar
I don't know how you remember that, Rev, but that good on you, mate. That's crazy good.
Você tem também bastante mobilidade com a Ambessa, o
Yeah, in CBLOL, Makes was kind of known for his laning prowess. He won a lot of the 1v1s, not just on the Darius, but the Darius was like one of his ban-worthy champions. He was also one of the better Cassante players. But Liberty had a lot of very interesting issues going on, including the fact that they opted to, in 2024, because they didn't know what was going to happen in 2025, they didn't realize that teams were going to get cut. The Liberty opted to only scrim internally, so they refused to scrim the other CBLOL teams. It was just the Liberty CBLOL team versus their Academy team. As you can imagine, that did not end very well for them. The only reason you remember him is because you were researching a player called Makes or something. That's cool, yeah. Is Makes from, which region is that from? I see EMEA, but...
discutindo se pode ser o
That's funny.
mais disputado aqui de todos os tempos, mas a JJN também chegando aqui, torcendo aqui pro pessoal, né, trazendo aqui sua participação na transmissão.
É isso, né? Falando do Soria e o Corinthians acho que só desce aí a depressão. É, torcedor, tem que começar.
Yeah, Make's already winning out in lane.
Mas tá todo mundo no jogo.
I mean, Gwen's level 1, level 2 is not bad. With the skip dash, you're winning most auto trades right from the get-go. With snip snip as well. If you can land center, you guarantee the win trade pretty much.
O perigo.
Trying to find the guy.
É um pouco velho isso daí, né, não?
Mas, não sei, deixa pra lá, rapaziada. Quem
Eu
entendeu, entendeu.
devo ser muito nova, mas vambora. Vambora que o Damage aqui já tomou bastante dano nessa última troca. E o Bibi, o Zai, eu tô gostando bastante da sintonia dele.
Yeah, Bippy, this is the second time we're seeing Bippy on Sivir.
Há pouco tempo, né? A gente
At least within this week. I don't know if he played in week 1.
agora, essa semana,
I actually think he plays the Sivir very, very well. He's surprisingly lane dominant with it.
fases de rotas, jogando bem sincronizados. Eu confesso
There
que
used to be a
eu
time where
gosto
Sivir
bastante
was
da
kind of lane dominant. Like, that's years ago, though.
bastante
They
pra
nerfed
esse
her damage pretty hard.
Talvez até pensando no ar da equipe, né, que já não tinha tinha começado bem o campeonato.
E trazendo só uma curiosidade, o BP ele vem do cenário universitário. Então,
Verdade.
ele vem do cenário
Legal.
universitário, então é um novo talento aparecendo por aí. Normalmente o pessoal do universitário não aparece tanto, que o pessoal vai graduar e vai pra
Interesting
outra-
that they talk about Bippy as potentially like changing the mood of the team. Was the team not good for like was the mood not good in Rise? That's surprising.
A minha atlética é só sofrimento, então eu já nem comento muito, nem posso competir também, então não posso participar, a coisa complica.
Nossa Atlética, que eu vou dizer que tem outra pessoa aqui do bonde aqui.
I don't think he's coming in from like collegiate or equivalent from in Brazil. That's kind of cool. I mean, in North America we get a lot of collegiate overlap, but from what I've heard, that's not quite true of other regions. So.
Agora há pouco a gente viu o Lynx expulsando o Envy da lane.
There's a tier 2 top laner. Okay. Oh, also a top laner. Interesting. Also a tier 2 top laner. GL. Oh, so that's the Greek league. Right. Makes sense. You cover Greece. Oh. Okay. Makes I don't think of him as Jax player, but I'm sure he's played Jax before. Interesting coincidence. I wonder if certain roles just attract certain names, you know? Like I'm trying to think what's another like player name that's very common that multiple people use, maybe Viper or something.
Uma função bem importante também em como o time vai jogar side no mid game. Então, por mais que não seja ainda aquela característica do campeão carry, eu ainda acredito que
Ele carry Hansa.
deixar esses papéis para jogadores com bastante experiência.
True, there's Han Samdi.
Nesse time do Fla, né? Eles têm 3
Actually, where? Who is Ham Samdi and why do I remember that name?
Aí tem 2 meninos mais novos, o Makes e o Dizin, que
Obviously Han Sama is the famous one, but
você fazer essa mescla e às vezes
I don't know why I remember Ham Samdi.
pros mais novos,
E puxando esse ponto também, eu acho que ele deu certo, eu acho que ele continuar trazendo.
Korean player on. Oh, he played in Estrel, that's why.
Conseguir essa vitória, eu acho
You'll
que
play for Navi this split? Nice, okay.
fórmula do que veio, porque se a gente for parar pra pensar pouquinho,
He was just Samdi and then he added Hans after that.
a forma
I think I saw him in Estrel in the past. That's why I kind of vaguely recognize the name. Because from what I can see, he was playing mostly in the LFL, which I do not. So he did rename. He's paying homage to Hansama. That's respect right there. Oh, okay. NB might have gone too deep. The mid laners are just tanking up damage. Nobody drops. Interesting. This is pretty good for Rise. I mean, Bippy got a free push into that bot side, and now he gets to cut them off too. Like, Bippy's fine with that engage onto him. Oh, good flash from Dizin. Good use with the clone. I guess it didn't really matter. He had Ignite on him, so it shows which is the original. You also know another NB who plays mid lane, but he's an Oracle. Nobody dies there because they don't have enough damage. Zion and Sipper are weak. And funnily enough, the people with actual damage, well, it's the mid jungle duo, but Envy and Linkus were both kind of low, so they didn't really want to fight. You have to play kind of scared. It's Sting and Disney going hard there. I just want to see action. I don't actually need to see blood. I'm fine with that. Give it 10-15 minutes rep and I think everybody dies there. Becomes a one-sided slaughter.
Na verdade, foi uma série de erros quando a gente para analisar, professor, porque o Trigo e o Damage, eles estavam sendo pressionados. Tinham 2 waves sangrando na torre deles e eles deixaram tudo isso para ajudar o
Veganism equals to stuff.
começa a ver, na verdade, o Trigo até conseguiu se recuperar.
Dia is vegan actually.
Já que a bot lane fez
I would struggle, I think. If I don't eat meat, I don't feel full. I like my blood. Actually, I don't like my blood. Shouldn't say that. I don't know if eating like blood is a thing in like non-Asian culture. Like I know in Southeast Asia, it's very common to eat like blood or blood tofu. I guess Chinese culture too. I think Japanese do it too, but yeah, you like me too much though. You dislike soy? Soy is versatile. I like soy. I think. I like soy. I like tofu. That's soy, right? You love mushrooms? Yeah, that's true actually. Mushrooms are good. Okay. Wow. Nice disengage from Dizen. Dizen's playing defensively pretty well. It really does remind me of his time on INTC Academy, where like he was disengaging really well, but he could not for his life find like proper engages because he kept having to burn everything on the disengage. Bippy soloing out the grubs. Okay, not really because Sting was there, but still, Bippy finishing off the grubs. Nice. Yeah, Rise gets both sides. Rise looking really good again. Dang, I think the roster swap's doing them wonders actually. Yeah, Linkus is roaming really well. Is moving well to cover, and Bippy is doing incredibly on the Sivir. Tofu doesn't count. Tofu's like, good job. I just think about the soy products out there. There's like soy milk. There's like tofu. Like what else is soy? Like mystery meat, I guess. Yeah. Okay. If you're thinking mystery meat, I also am not that big a fan of that. I think mushrooms are much better, like in terms of like a meat replacement. Bippy dies. Yep. Okay, that's the third time this week we've seen an AD carry walk into a top, like disrespecting a top lane and trying to lane 1v1 against a top lane. I don't know what it's going to take for teams to learn this, but that is illegal. There's a reason why your support needs to be up there, and it's a 2v1. Only a handful of AD carries can 1v1 like that. And most of them have like built-in safety and or sort of disengage tools. Makes landed everything there. Well played from Makes. And it's just so easy. BTS flare. They're soy meat with G8, yeah. I guess you use soy meat with mushrooms, maybe I could see it as a meat replacement, maybe. Yeah, but portobello is probably the closest thing to a vegan steak that I've had.
Exótico até se a gente parar para pensar nas itemizações de Gwen, que ela foca primeiro no dano, no sustain, então ela vai normalmente para criar fendas.
It's quite unfortunate that Bippy died there. He actually lost all the advantage he was building up, which really sucks. And you're feeding Makes too. There's also Makes the Kiana one-trick pony in EU West. Kiana jungle or Kiana mid? Is he a mid laner or jungler? That's actually funny that there's so many different ways to spell Makes. With the X, with the K, with the A, with the EIs. both mid and jungle? Okay. First mid. Okay. Does he play comp or just stream? I know that. Okay, so in Brazil we've got this tournament called Cibolao, which was which is like an onion or something like that. It's like it was organized by IDL or Baiano to be specific, and it used to be like in the off-season tournament. It's like a tournament which really features like one tricks you can't ban one tricks away from their one tricks. There's actually a really fun tournament where one tricks have to play against pros. They invited some NA players, so some NA players have been playing the last like 2-3 Cibolaos. It'd be cool if they opened it up to EU as well. Just solo queue as far as you know? Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, one tricks have a hard time playing comp, right? Because it just gets banned, and then what do you do? But yeah, it's really fun actually watching Cibolao. I don't stream it, and I rarely watch it like live because usually I'm kind of busy. But I do like to watch the games occasionally, and it's really funny because it's for charity, for fun and for charity. So they don't like super try hard. Like there was a there's a Korean team where Croc was on it, and I think Root was on it. I can't remember who else was on that team, and they were pre-drinking before they played, so they're a little bit tipsy while playing. It's hilarious. Tell that to both. They tried. Was it Bose? No, Bose is EU. Crap, I forgot who tried to do like a NA version of it, and then it failed. Dante. That's who it was. They tried to do it, Dante. I was so sad that it didn't work out. I mean, also, like, I think Greftar played Nico mid for the first time and didn't know how to use the clone and didn't use his clone at all that game. To be fair, that was when Nico was a bit newer, so. Free drinking with free interviews and Snyder. Yes, Rev, it is. I mean, that's why Brazil is like the content region. We are the entertainment region. We have Brazil has the best games to watch, like for fans to follow. It's the funniest. Like when I call Brazil a content region, I am not disrespecting them, and I'm not saying that, oh, they're only good for content. I am saying that the content here is insanely good.
vir na rota do meio para ter pouco mais de segurança, pouco mais de
Like playing
liberdade
football
pra puxar
with the
em cima dos
players,
minions. E a gente também vê
taking them out for a meal, sort of thing.
ambas as equipes chegando pra
You'll
essa
implement this
parte,
next year. Hell yeah.
esse spike do primeiro item aqui.
Let the
Também
one tricks have their one tricks.
também tá indo mais pra essa itemização de
That's how you have the most fun
que
tournament.
sempre foi um item naturalmente muito bom pra ela por
Me
conta
agrada
do
muito.
regen de mana, eu também gosto bastante, mas a gente viu aqui que mundo afora a Sivir tá optando justamente por esse colhedor de essência também, mas aqui no circuitão, Láglas, a tendência é realmente continuar nesse flash atrás de tal, garantir pouco mais de sustento.
Yeah, but, Brazil also has a lot of like content that happens off stream sort of stuff. So yeah, it's just really fun to track all the stuff that's happening. Like apparently Shinny news came out this week that Shinny getting kicked out of Loud was actually Root specifically saying it's me or Shinny, which is insane because Root is like, he's been super quiet for the most part. He's super chill. Rarely expresses his opinion, so for him to say that is like kind of wild. Okay, do we see a fight over Dragon right now? Who wins this? It should be the Mango favorite, I think. Okay, Sting had to flash out already. That's really bad for Ryze. Yeah, I think Ryze just get the shark. Ryze is doing pretty well in their lanes, but they don't really have power to do stuff. Okay. Yeah, Ryze just buying time for Yups to do whatever he wants topside. That'll be first pick for Ryze. Objectives are split 2-1. Ryze still in the advantage. Ryze actually did phenomenally well in the early game now that I'm looking at this. That's crazy.
Pois é, uma resposta pouco esquisita por parte da Ryze, porque se eles já tinham consciência que provavelmente eles iriam guivar esse objetivo.
Yeah, for Flamengo, I feel like Dizzy and Damage need to do more. It feels like they're really passive, even when they shouldn't be. You're gonna lurk and play some ARMs? For sure. Thanks for dropping by, Rev. Appreciate it. Have fun in your ARMs, man. May your ARMs be Brazilian.
Se recupera pouco, até mesmo o Yup se recupera mais, já que ele passou esse tempinho sozinho, leva
Yeah, Flamengo, they're just really passive. It's kind of low-key actually annoying me. Like I said before, Disney's really good defense. Like he's stopped aggression fairly well, but I mean, at some point you want a jungler who can engage. Like I value engage more than disengage, to be honest. Maybe they're thinking like damage can be primary engage, which I think he does very well in mid to late game, like for big team fights, but the early game damage is often locked in lane anyways. He doesn't roam that heavily. Okay, at least Flamengo's rotating fast, and Ryze don't seem inclined to contest. Either that or they're falling behind tempo, because they just gave the last two objectives for free. Like not even really being there. I think they're just giving it. Which makes the feats kind of interesting, because I suspect it'll just kind of go one piece, and then yeah, it might just be next Dragon Fight if I decides the feats. 2 kills for Flamengo, 3 for Ryze plus objective. 2 and 2.
Eu gostei que o Yups foi pra X-Drinker logo de, na verdade a mandíbula de Malmorte, pedaço aí desse segundo item, porque os dois solo laners contra quem ele vai ficar no assignment são 2 de dano mágico, que são o Galio e a Gwen, e aí com isso ele consegue uma sobrevida. É importante ele ter esse segundo escudo, apesar de já ter um primeiro ali por conta do Eclipse. E pra Ambessa, uma
We haven't really gotten to see Makes and Yups face off. They look pretty even right now, with Makes getting that early kill. Oh, the like punishing Bippy for disrespecting. Ooh, the collapse onto Makes.
Vai levar a torre, mas pode ser cobrado.
TP na Pixel Brush, 3 jogadores da Ryze se aproximando. O Makes pode estar entrando numa situação azeda. Ele já encontrou a galera, vai tentando encaixar o dano pra cima do Link. Se é rapidamente abatido.
Okay, just that easy. I like that they kept the kill over to Makes. To Yups, pardon me. From Makes. So I do think the 1v1 will determine a lot in this game. I personally favor the Gwen in the 1v1 matchup, but I'm actually not sure if that is the stronger half of it. Ooh. Good smite to stop. Oh, and the boomerang blade. Okay. How deep are we going? Yes. I actually really like that small sidestep away from Sting earlier, just like stepping away for a second, just so he doesn't get tagged by feathers into the turret. Dizen trying his best to fake them out like a clone. I appreciate that. Yeah, good collapse from Ryze. Really good like map movement, collapsing top and then mid. They still lose 2 turrets though, so overall Flamengo are ahead, but with the Herald in pocket, Flamengo is pretty much guaranteed to get the turret gold advantage.
Enquanto isso, a gente também vê um desdobramento para a rota do meio com a cabeçada do Arauto, com a iniciação por parte da equipe do Flamengo, que acabou se estendendo demais e foram muito gananciosos em tentar conseguir mais abates depois dessa torre.
I appreciate what Damage tried to do, but yeah, this might kind of shafted him. Oh, that boomerang blade though. I don't even know if Damage saw that coming through. Okay, Makes gets another turret. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like Yips was, they're trying to get Yips ahead and then Makes just goes, nope. Go, 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 go. And again, I think that 1v1 will actually decide a lot about how this game goes, so. Getting Makes ahead is really good for Flamengo. Okay, still, feats of strength, still hanging in the balance. Drag up in 40 seconds. Rise just need one more kill and or dragon. Flamengo need both. So kind of easier for a Rise, but they just have to make a call. Do they want drag or do they want fight? I think fight's more important this early on in the game.
Eu não sabia, eu já falei, de futebol eu não entendo.
É por isso que eu tô aqui contigo, pô. Tamo aí.
Obrigado, André, me salvou dessa, me salvou dessa.
Ô, Henrique, ó, cheguei em casa na hora do circuitão.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to camp Makes.
É, pra glorificar de pé, irmão.
Deus é bom e o diabo não presta. Vambora, vambora que é só o começo do circuitão. E ó, Dragão já tá vivo por aqui, chegando nesses próximos segundos. E os dois times têm dois objetivos, só que o BP já perdeu muita vida.
E pra alegria do cara estão ali.
Okay, PP burns on the hunt to get out. That's really bad. Are they gonna contest this? Like they wanted to, but I don't think they can now that BP took damage. He's not Hextech either, so BP can't get belt fast enough. Do they just hunt for the extra kill? Maybe that's the call here.
Uma tentativa de entrada do Yups, mas eles já se reposicionam. O Envy não vai deixar ele utilizar aquele pistouro. E o time do Flamengo, com razoável tranquilidade, garante esse dragão para alegria do Flacratos, que tá falando que a Sivir não tá com a gente, nação. Pode comemorar. Fica aí.
Pois é, mas o único que ganha de Sivir aqui aparentemente é o Dudu, então ele consegue fazer a magia acontecer. A gente vê que a Ryze tenta responder esse objetivo, mas tá muito complicado. E uma coisa que eu tô gostando que a equipe do Flamengo tá conseguindo encaixar é justamente essa pressão.
Oh, wow.
Mas falando em pressão, o atacante tá sendo iniciado.
Wait, so they abandoned Dragon to go for Otacon. What a big balls play from Rise. The problem with big balls is that they get clamped in vices that much easier. Yeah, Flamengo, yep. I am very much not a fan of this particular play from Rise. Like, Dragon was already going to be risky enough, and then you opt to start up Otacon when you don't have enough damage, you can't take it fast enough, and just 0 damage from Bippy. Holy. That's really bad. This is such a weird situation. Hold on. How? So it's funny too, because they sack Dragon to get Bippy back so that Bippy can do something, and it doesn't. Like, the engage is just too strong. Yeah, I don't know. Baffling decision from Rise. I'm really not sure what the call, why the call was. You need to craft the engage carefully, and then you're tanking up Otacon for a while prior to that because you don't have enough damage to actually mount it. You're locked in position when ideally your composition wants to be able to find flanks and or like catch Flamengo. I mean, Flamengo did group up on the engage, but evidently Rise was not in a position to stop it. I don't know. Just weird.
Vai surgir daqui 20 segundos e a composição do Flamengo nesse momento até que faz relativamente rápido, porque essa Zaya consegue aplicar muito dano e consegue comprar esse tempo necessário para poder forçar também uma iniciação.
Considering how the compositions function, I actually kind of fear that Rise might not be able to come back without a mistake from Flamengo. So my thinking is that Gwen versus Ambessa, if Gwen's ahead, I think she just stays ahead. Like I said, I personally favor the Gwen side of the matchup. I know that Ambessa is supposed to be like a decent matchup into Gwen. She scales decently well. You can kind of pull her out and knock her around. Displacement is always one of the good ways people deal with Ambessa, with Gwen, pardon me. Oh, no shot Envy gets out here. Stun lands. Okay, yeah. If Envy gets out, you're so tilted as Rise. Man was illegally in your jungle. Caught him trespassing. Go straight to Joe. Do not pass go. Yeah, no, but the Flamengo comp, the problem is like your split push is better. Your team fight is better as well. Sting just doesn't have that impact in team fights that Dizen's gonna have. So okay. Well, but hey, we said that I don't see how they come back without a mistake. Well, Envy made a mistake, so that's gonna be real nice for us. They shrink the gold gap. Still 3K?
Cara, o Flamengo perdeu bastante ouro em uma jogada assim que parecia muito simples, né? Num pick-off, já perde ultimate, já perde torre, como você muito bem mencionou agora há pouco. E agora é pensar como lutar para o próximo objetivo. A gente tem um Barão nascendo em 30 segundos e a gente tem esse próximo dragão também vindo em 1 minuto, que pode ser algo muito importante. A gente não falou, mas além de toda aquela briga ali pelo Atacão, o time do Flamengo, além do Atacão, conseguiu ficar com as
Yeah, Rise is really actually struggled to start engages. I think they just have to rely on flash tibbers from Linkers. But on the hunt. But they popped on the hunt defensively more often than not.
Já fez a compra dele e o Trigo também já melhoraram suas botas. E o time do Flamengo ainda tem uma boa vantagem. O time da Rise precisa escolher melhor essas lutas, porque tá tendo dificuldades em jogar as sides e no 5v5 precisa encontrar formas de chegar na backline.
E vamos ver se eles vão encontrar, porque agora, falando em questão de objetivo, Barão já tá no Summoner's Rift. Do outro lado, daqui a pouco vai ter mais um dragão da montanha. Pode ser o dragão que vai deixar o Flamengo em ponto de alma. Então agora é um momento decisivo para ambos os times começarem a se virar no mapa. Tem que já decidir o que vai fazer. A Rise não pode ficar daquele jeito que a gente viu nos primeiros objetivos de vou, não vou. E o time do Flamengo tem que se ligar.
Sting's trying to brute force that. I don't know about that one, Chief. So, okay. Yeah, it's actually really tough. The reason why I said it had to be Linkus with Flash Tibbers is because I don't see how else you catch them. And you saw exactly that, right? Like, with the Xayah and Galio, engaging into them is really tough. Like, Flamengo is really good at counter-engage. So you kind of need to be able to catch Trigo off guard. And to an extent, not just Trigo, you need to catch Trigo plus bodyguards off guard. And Sting can definitely catch Trigo off guard, like point and click stun, shield bash. Great. But it's more like then all the defenders come through, right? Like the taunt comes through from Galio. You gotta hit him. You can't focus on that. The knockup's coming from damage from Dizen, and then you're dead by the time the CC's off. It's just not to mention like the Featherstorm too. Yeah, just absolutely melted. Trigo didn't even burn Featherstorm defensively. Like he's using it offensively for the damage. Yep. Okay. Damn, looks like a GG a bit. I think Flamengo's issues with sort of passivity in the early game remains, but if they get off the early game, they look fine. And it looks like they know how to pilot a team fighting composition. Like I said, this is the easiest composition you can really pilot, and yeah. When Flamengo know how to pilot it, it lets their hand shine a little bit more, so props to them.
Esse cerco muito bem, mas eles podem utilizar essa Gwen na rota lateral, como tá fazendo nesse momento agora, para levar essa torre. Não precisa.
Yeah, makes getting shine on this Gwen too.
Caso seja necessário, eles podem forçar esse engage que acabou de acontecer.
Rolou. É o Yups que é o cara responsável por colar no meio da galera, se reposiciona porque tá de
choque, ó.
Complicado. Eles aquela coisa da decisão que
They're just grouping up trying to defend for us.
Você não entendeu? Tá em choque, duas piques no mesmo lugar, você não pegou.
Yeah, I don't think Yups can at all handle what makes anymore.
Não, conheço. Eu não vi duas piques no mesmo lugar. É porque elas estão tão no mesmo lugar que quase não dá pra ver que são duas, só dá pra ver pela vida ali, mas realmente tá em choque, é isso aí.
E a gente vê agora que o Flamengo consegue aproveitar muito bem o início desse Barão Láguas, levar a Tier 2 da rota do meio, levar a Tier 2 da rota superior, e a gente já vê pings rolando na parte inferior do mapa, que é o que tudo indica, alguém vai pegar aquela onda de minions pra justamente puxar e fazer um avanço ainda maior.
They're gonna catch bot wave? I think, yeah, I was gonna say Trigo needs to base, he's kind of low. Flamengo don't want to throw this. Envy already low-key caused issues when he got picked mid. I mean, they're far ahead enough the issues were big, but nevertheless.
Foi bônus de Barão bem utilizado aqui, porque eles conseguiram levar várias estruturas. E a gente tá vendo a visão do time da Rise. É isso aí, né? Tá tudo escuro pra eles, eles não têm qualquer informação e eles vão tendo que entrar assim, ó, juntinhos na selva, com muita cautela, mas o próprio Flamengo já colocou algumas sentinelas mais avançadas e com isso eles vão pegando essas informações também do time da Rise. Aqui agora, como o professor já tinha cantado essa pedra, eles vêm pra levar a torre Tier 2 aqui dessa rota inferior.
É isso, parece que a Rise não pagou a conta. O
They're just that easy.
a luz deles, eles não têm visão de nada.
Oh. Damn, Dizen with the sideways engage. Under turret too. Wait, they missed Trigo! The all didn't catch him. I mean, sure, you kill him, but what did it cost you? Everything. Only Bippy living. Sure, Bippy's the wave clear, but Bippy's also going to get one shot if he steps up and gets hit by any CC. Damage is probably going to be hunting for the engage here. Okay, really well played from Flamengo. The mid to late, really well played. Aside from that one sort of NV getting caught on roaming in, which wasn't even that impactful, they played well. Makes will probably win MVP. I think Makes deserves MVP. Dizen did well as well. Oh, Damage and Dizen both did well towards the end, especially with the engages later on. But I personally feel like the early game was kind of on them. Like, as passive as it is, it was on them. So because of that, I think I'm going to favor Makes quite a bit. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But this, as somebody who supported Flamengo last split very heavily, I almost feel like this is very frustrating because this is the way they should have played, if you like, but they didn't. Like, now they're living up to expectations somewhat, you know? A huge props to them. That looks good. Rise, on the other hand, I don't feel like Rise played significantly below expectations. Certainly, I think they made mistakes. But it's about what I expected from Rise, having seen them play. Like, they are not bad. Their fundamentals are okay. Bippy continues to impress me, I feel like. 24k. I mean, there was that one fight where he did 0 damage and got instantly shot, but by and large, he's... Yeah. Part of me just wonders, would Ninja Kiwi be better here? Because when we're playing champions like Sivir like this, then part of me is like, well, it wasn't Ninja Kiwi. That was Ninja Kiwi's bread and butter, pardon me. Bread and butter. So would it have been better to just keep Ninja Kiwi? I say keep, but technically a different team. Yeah, I did like the sort of proactive movements from Linkas. I thought Linkas got a lot of pressure. Part of me puts it down to just Pantheon. I'm not impressed by Pantheon that much. I think he's actually harder to pull off in Tier 2 than he is in Tier 1 in a way. Because in Tier 1, teams know how to play around the early advantage better. And they also know how to play around, I think, the global pressure that Pantheon can put down. Whereas I think in Tier 2, it's like, okay, maybe you get a couple of good ganks off. It's not even guaranteed. And then come mid to late, the Pantheon's just a liability, right? Sting just doesn't have any impact in this game. He tried a couple of times. But for do or do not, there is no try. If you do not, you just look like you're inting with Panth.
Só que ao mesmo tempo, pra deixar só aquela ressalva, pra não falar que tirou 10, tem que ficar ligado naquele meiozinho do jogo que a gente viu que o Envy tomou pick-off ali, deu uma esquisitada, talvez poderia ter terminado mais cedo o time do Flamengo.
Okay, my impression of the teams, Flamengo is mechanically sound. They still need to fix their early game. They're sitting back a little bit too much, it feels like. But I won't say they fundamentally understand the game, but they understand how to fight. Rise, on the other hand, I think actually is trying a little bit more, but I don't know. Yups and Sting still feel a little bit out of sync. The bot side feels good to me though. So yeah, I think Flamengo could be anywhere from like, okay, wait, 10 teams, right?
Pois é, a gente mencionou o Trigo aí que ele
below average to slightly above average, so I'd say like maybe 4 to 6, somewhere around there, like middle of the pack. They could be higher, and maybe it's my hopium, but after watching this, I still feel that. Yeah, they get to this, and like I said, I suspect that they might. He was highest KP and did die, but I do not like how little activity I saw from Disney early on. It felt like it took way too long for him to come online. Better teams will punish that heavily. So, yeah, Flamengo, win or lose, I think will depend more on their opponents and what their opponents bring to the table. Rise, on the other hand, I think has bigger upside if they can get there, but for now, I'd put them like slightly below average. I think a lot of it has to do with just how they are playing and executing. Again, technically, the individual mechanics are not the issue. They are also trying to do things, so it's not really a lack of like wanting to do stuff or being decisive. I think it just ends up being that they haven't quite figured out how to connect together and make all the ideas come to fruition just yet. So till that happens, probably slightly below average. Like, yeah, below middle of the pack. And then, yeah, Red Academy versus eChamps next. eChamp Gaming. I wonder what is eChamp. Like, where's this org come from? They don't have a history thing. Oh, they've been around for a while, it looks like. Dang, BRCC 2016. And then they vanished. I assume they were a tier 3 org, and that's why it looks like invisible till here. And then Liga GG. This is Liga Ace who organized these. So this is like the tier 3 tournament, I guess? It's just Brazil. Okay. That's interesting that they didn't even fill this in. Okay. Looks like eChamp's been around for a while. So next we're looking at Red versus ECG. I have noticed that weirdly enough, LoL Esports, Leaguepedia, the things they always show like Red A versus ECG, but more often than not, whatever's on the right side is actually blue side. I don't know why that's the case. Is it side selection maybe? Okay. ECG versus Red. What am I thinking here? ECG has consistently impressed me with how they're playing. They're definitely punching above my expectations of them. Bulas and Gru, I think, in particular, have impressed me. I'm still wanting to kind of see how good Pico really is. Because, I don't know, I feel like he's good when he's losing, but when he's... Pico hasn't shown... Or at least I have very little impression of Pico being good from in a head state. So, I have to see that. He's very good from behind, though. Randall is no longer Crazy Guy Randall. He's much more measured, which is good. Not as exciting to watch. Akari is pretty solid, too. Yeah. Could be a good team. I think Red will be a very good test for them. Because Red feels like they are a more team-based team, less like individual mechanics, individual outhandsing. Even Mago coming down feels like he's not like just outhandsing opponents anymore. He's actually kind of playing more with the team. Nero, I think, has done a fantastic job actually stepping in. Or maybe it's using. I'm not quite sure who's shot calling, but yeah, the team looks like it's recovered a lot actually from its previous situation where with Doom it was very, very smooth. Los Grandes Academy. Oh yeah, Jota Mise. That's the roster. Yeah. Oh, that's where I saw Dudu. Was in Los Grandes Academy. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, and I think Dudu's performing much better than I remembered him last. On Los Grandes Academy, this bot lane felt height, but not impressive to me. I think it felt more like it revolved around Jota Mise to a large part. This Los Grandes Academy roster. Okay. Yeah, but Nero slotting in has not felt particularly different from Doom, which I think is a huge plus, not a minus whatsoever. Because Red was running like a well-oiled machine. And because I didn't see them last week, they look still like a well-oiled machine. I'm fully aware that apparently last week Red was not looking great. Has Echamp had a easy run so far? Who's been their opponents? They played Stella, Rise, okay. Okay. So to a certain extent, I do think ECG's strength of schedule has been on the easier side of things. Cade Academy is the only one who feels like they've been doing well recently. Okay. Yeah. Today will be a very good test. Try and establish where ECG feels like they should belong.
E já estamos de volta com o Circuitão e vamos pro nosso jogo 2, porque tá na hora de Red contra o time da Champ. Se a gente teve um jogo 1, mas da galera que tava lá na parte
I have very mixed feelings about the way they drop us in the draft, like with the draft already completed. Because on one hand, it usually means that they are far ahead enough that they are just trying to rush it. Which means that we get the game sooner and less waiting around. But on the really bad side, it also means I don't get to see how the draft plays out. A bit of a peek behind the curtains a lot of times for our productions, especially in collegiate with good producers. What they actually do is they redo the draft. They recreate the draft for us. That's why we can go straight from draft into the game. It doesn't fail to crack me up that Echamps is just only Gru's picture. Gru is carrying the profile picks. And Silver.
Uma ótima performance aqui, e não é à toa que a Champ vem com 3 vitórias aí, apenas uma derrota aqui até então. Então uma equipe que tá conseguindo se consolidar muito bem, com peças que a gente não pensou que poderiam juntar e realmente dar todo esse estrondo, mas uma grata surpresa que vê que eles realmente estão conseguindo mandar muito bem e conseguiram fazer uma ótima conexão em termos de time.
Gostei bastante do que eles apresentaram.
I know they're talking about each ounce and they're talking about these pieces that they didn't expect to come together. Must be, because I think Red Academy is already like the system's somewhat well established.
Exatamente, dois times que estavam bem no campeonato. Então nessa semana eles perderam para VKS, venceram.
Slight spoiler. You know what? This is fine. I don't even know if this part will make it onto the podcast, but yeah, it's not really the main focus of the podcast. But I saw with 4-4 about it, and he said that he confirmed from Foguera that if Cade or Red win the promotion tournament, it just gets passed on to the next team. So that's kind of interesting. Okay, we do get to see draft. Nice. Sivir is becoming ban-worthy. They banned the Senna for Gru, which makes sense. I think Gru is just sitting back and skill. Feels very, very comfortable. I already like Red's comp a lot. I've said this 101 times, but I love Sejuani Yone. I feel like it's such a strong sort of combo and duo. Very interesting to me is that ECG didn't ban Gwen. Zinz might not be known for his Gwen, but I feel like Gwen Sejuani is really, really strong, and often it sets up for the Yone mid very effectively. ECG, I'm not a fan of Corki. I don't think Corki is like high priority carry in current meta. Like he's fine, but he gets outranged pretty heavily. Hello, Sparky. Sparky Slips. So if Red Cade finished 1-2, it seems that finished 3-4. So, okay. Good question, actually. The way I understood it was that Cade and Red would still... Okay, the way 4-4 put it to me was that if Red or Cade get it, it will pass it on to the next team. So I'm assuming Red or Cade still get to play in the promotion tournament, maybe? But that would actually feel really bad. So maybe he meant like in playoffs they get 1 or 2, then 3 or 4 gets it. Yeah.
Eu espero que a
A galera da Red tá torcendo, Coque Top.
Eu espero que não.
Actually, sorry, I hope it's what you're saying. Yeah, I think it would make more sense that if they finish first or second in playoffs, that it's the teams that finish 3 or 4 to get promo. Because if not, it means that Brazil has less chances to make it if Kate or Red get to play in the promo tournament. Because if they play in the promo tournament and win, there's like only a handful of teams, right? So yeah, surely they can't take the full Brazil region spots in the promo. Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, I suspect that'll be the way it works. That makes way more sense. Okay, we see Nefiri come through for Randall. Nice. I actually really like that sort of champion in his hands. I feel like it fits his style to perfection. They go Ambessa to answer the Rumble. Okay, yeah, Rumble is another great pick. I was thinking Gwen more for the split push pressure, and she's got good team fighting. But Rumble is like the premier. Okay, I love the red draft. I think it's really strong. I think some of the laning is a little bit rough. The Yone into Talia feels a little bit bad. Rumble into Ambessa is strong early. You fall off. Okay, Corki was meant to answer Lucian. That's fine, kind of even. 4.5. I love the red draft. I think ETG's draft is a lot more kind of like do your own thing. It's not bad. I'll give it a 3. You've got the global to kind of cover. If they get a hit, they can stay ahead. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think red kind of favored for me coming out of draft. I have noticed this a couple of times this split already, that we're seeing teams kind of draft this sort of, I want to call them meta, I guess. I mean, Neferi's not like super meta currently, but still meta enough. Like they're just picking champions which just generically feel strong, and then they try to like shoehorn them into sort of a composition. I don't really like this. Last split we saw damage overload compositions where there's a lot of damage coming out, but it felt a lot more synergistic with this comp and like the comp we just saw last game. It's like I'm not really seeing the synergy necessarily. At least last game for the side of Rise, they had like the Annie with the Braum and Sivir, which at least is like a strong front to back. This isn't even a strong front to back. You don't have a true tank, and Bessa's not going to tank for you, and she's not going to get that tanky. Nautilus is support. He's not, going to necessarily be that tank. Like, he's not going to have enough gold to tank for you. Neferi wants to go in, but Talia and Corki don't, and Corki's kind of low range. Like I don't understand this comp. And it's not just ECG who's doing this. A lot of teams have done this. We saw freaking Kaboom do this yesterday, too. Which, to me, was, I think, a big reason why they lost that game. Like, it's a draft thing. It's their own fault. Yeah, and then on top of that, too, I'm just kind of thinking about how the lanes roll. Bot lane's going to skill matchup. You get Prio mid with Talia, but Talia's not really like an early game champion. Neferi is fine, I guess. Yeah. And topside, you kind of lose early. Your mid to late when you start winning the 1v1s, but Red will just gonna leave the 1v1s, I guess. Yeah, a lot of pressure on Randall and Pekko this game, which is fine. I want to see more from Randall and Pekko. As much as I appreciate that Randall is much more tempered now, he's not like over aggressive and throwing games. I also do feel like his early game impact has fallen off a lot. Hey Lunar, go A7. Okay, that's your team you're supporting nowadays. A7 will be the last game of today, Lunar. So we have plenty of time for them to ramp up.
Mas a gente também vê muito o Randall fazendo as entradas um pouco mais solo, mas o cara que dita o ritmo do jogo para a equipe da Champ, eu acho que é mais o Pekko. Acho que a Talia dele consegue trazer muitos benefícios, eu acho que ele tá mandando muito bem, então vai ser também depender.
Are you saying apparently to the fact that they've got plenty of time to ramp up?
Fazer ótimas entradas, mas o que você disse para mim,
I am very curious though, because I feel like I haven't gotten to see what makes A7 so good, but I feel like a lot of that's on Skuro and Telas. They have not been dominating the lane like I feel like they should. RD Gap has been playing really well, and Chiari has been doing what I expect from Chiari, so. Yeah, I blame Skuro and Telas. That I am thoroughly unimpressed thus far. I hope today is not one of those days where the games are just decided in a draft, by the way. As much as I appreciate good drafting, it's sadly, more often than not, it's not about good drafting, it's about bad drafting that creates those sort of situations. We'll see. We'll see.
definir.
Maybe I'm just not, like, I am clueless and unaware, and there's something I don't get about the draft that
Então participa aqui da transmissão com a
each champs had, but I
Será que
am
ganha
thoroughly
agora? Será que o
underwhelmed
time da
currently.
Champ vai conseguir a quarta vitória aqui no campeonato e assumir, pelo menos temporariamente, essa liderança isolada aqui no segundo split do circuitão? Ou será que é a semana da matilha? Já foram duas
The
vitórias
fourth
nessa
victory.
super
Are they
semana,
both
uma
3-1
terceira
right
que já
now?
pode colocar eles bem coladinhos com a galera que tá no pelotão de cima. Então participa com a gente, manda
3-1,
hashtag circuitão
2-2.
e vence agora.
Okay.
É matilha? Ou será que
Oh,
vai dar
so they're
ideia?
talking about these three competing for the first team to 4. So we get. Oh, so the next one will decide. Yeah, within the next 2 games. Cool.
A Red que realmente vai tentando esquecer aquela primeira semana ruim e fazer uma segunda super semana de manual maravilhosa, 100%. E do outro lado a Champ que não começou muito bem a segunda semana, mas fez uma primeira semana maravilhosa e já encaixou
Oh no.
uma vitória ontem. Vão ser sequência de 2
That wasn't me. I swear, I wasn't accelerating or anything.
Vai ser uma sequência de 3 vitórias para deixar o time da Red lá em cima. Vamos descobrir agora que já
So far this week,
Pois é, a gente tá vendo aqui agora também as escolhas de runas aqui por enquanto. O Bulas também,
Cade and Red, the academy teams, are the only teams who have 2 wins so far in the week. So let's see if they can keep it going. I mean, they were sort of number 1, number 2 in split 1, and honestly, by a pretty decent margin. Like Red was way ahead, and then Cade were
Acho que isso vai ser importante, professor. Esse fato
firmly in
que você
second.
viu
I think
no
Stella
pós-jogo,
was kind of third at that point,
porque a composição da equipe não
and
tá
Stella
muito
was
de
kind of
frente
neck and
bem
neck with
pra
Kaboom. They beat
pressionar
Kaboom,
pra
but
fazer essa iniciação. Então, se ele
yeah.
puder mitigar bastante dano vindo com o
ECG
pós-choque, né,
winning out the level 1, getting very deep vision down. They want to track where Nero is.
combinação que é tão importante pra você conseguir tancar,
Are they just
acho
gonna?
que é
Okay.
melhor que o time da Champ. Do outro lado, o time
I
da Red
wonder if they're just gonna try and get
frente
Pryo with
dominando
Pickle
muito,
mid,
o
and then
Nero também, que vem
Randall just
com
always his
bastante
backup
pra
in a
fazer,
2v2.
via a Sejuani pós-choque, às vezes a gente via muito
Gru
mais
and Bullas
pra
are
ímpeto
really
manual. Então,
gonna
tem
cover.
essa árvore de determinação também o jungler da Red, e a gente já observa o Randall aqui, ó.
Okay.
Matando as galinhas do Nero.
fazendo ali o roubo.
Okay.
Já indo embora.
So Nero's aware of this, and that's why Nero's kind of
De
trying
vai
to
tentar aquele gank
put him up.
level
Hell yeah, that's my Randall. Let's go.
Tô muito recurso aí pra tentar incomodar.
That's the Randall I've been wanting to see for a while. Flash forward at level 2 into mid lane just to get the gank off. That was actually a kill threat on that. That is actually insane. But more importantly, you're just forcing Mago to really struggle in lane. He was already going to struggle in Stalia early, but now if you can force an early back and keep Mago on the back foot, that is giga huge. And if Mago burns TP to get back to lane, then you just revisit that lane, get a gank off, and then that lane's done. So really nice level 2 sort of cheese. It works out really well too. And to be fair to ECG, they didn't know this, but Nero was looking to cycle down to the bot side. So yeah, instead of trying to get the extra red buff and 3 buff, he just straight up ganked mid lane instead, which is the, in a way, higher percentage play. Really like that. And especially with these early flashes for junglers, I really don't feel like Red can take advantage of that very much. Nero's trying. That's what this invade's about, but you can see that he has to just walk out. Like Randall is stronger and has better support from his lanes. Ooh, knockup landed. Nice.
Olha, é realmente o que acontece. Vai ficar
Okay, flash is traded between both mid laners.
pra ir pra cima, mas a gente tava falando sobre esse
I actually don't know if I like that from Mago.
tirar micro recursos
We'll see.
dos adversários, a gente vê
Because Mago is the melee champ, and I feel like having the flash to try and stay alive is just so much more impactful on a skilling champion.
vê agora que realmente perder esse flash pode custar muito caro mais pra frente, já que a Thalia não tem nenhuma habilidade que ela possa se deslocar, que ela tenha essa mobilidade toda, então pode ser um pouco perigoso. E a equipe da Red
But the pressure he gets on Pico is pretty huge, so might be worth it.
We'll
see.
Ooh,
Ooh, Kojima and Yuzin are turning the screws in this bot lane. Holy. That's like a almost 6 CS advantage? 5 CS advantage for Kojima? That's an entire wave. Damn. You pick Corki too to be able to trade with Lucian, because if you can land the Phosphorus Bomb, you actually trade pretty even. And the ranges you operate that are also pretty similar, so I'm a little bit surprised to see such a big differential happen.
O Nero encontrou
Damn.
ali, o Peco já vinha ensaiando também uma descida, tem a subida também da bot lane, vai virar uma briga generalizada, só que são 3 jogadores que têm vantagem numérica pra champ. O Zed tem que flechar pela
Damn.
e abusa da
Randall.
movimentação.
Randall's really getting a lot of pressure off. Holy.
O gosto que vai ficando é de vitória pro time da champ, que vai ter espaço, o Randall acelera, vai pra cima, 11
Yeah, they are playing off the mid lane pressure that Peko's getting them.
ali pra cima do seu adversário de rota.
You love to see it, because that actually means the team knows what they're doing, like their power spikes and how to take up those advantages and snowball them.
Eles estão aqui trocando tapa.
Like Peko TP back into lane, and they had that small window where Peko's stronger, faster, and more importantly had full mana and health to kind of trade.
Então eles lá comendo milho, pegando a goiaba.
O Hakari e os Its vão aparecer daqui a pouquinho no jogo, mas por enquanto é só aquela trocação. A gente tá vendo que inclusive os Its tá colocando bastante pressão, abriu uma boa vantagem de minions em relação ao Hakari. E vamos ver se ele vai conseguir levar a barricada. Acho que não, o Hakari já tá voltando.
Okay. That was a pretty nice predict from Bulas. I said this before, but Bulas has impressed me the most, I think, on the CCG squad so far.
Mais uma vez, não gerou em eliminação.
Maybe it's just experience to split one.
Esse feitiço tá na mão do Zent, viu? Porque a partir do momento que ele passou na visão da rota inferior, isso deu total liberdade pro Bulas ir pra cima e realmente forçar o flash do Nero. Que não tá tendo
Oh,
jogo
wow.
fácil, que
We haven't seen topside at all. All the focus from the camera has been mid, jungle, a little bit bot. But Zin's already with a massive CS advantage. Like, Rumble does win that lane early till first item, but this is a pretty huge lead. That's like a counter pick level lead. Holy.
Que a gente tá falando muito sobre tirar esses flashes, eu quero ver quem vai cobrar esse primeiro flash que não foi utilizado.
Ball lane's equalized though.
Bonito,
Interesting.
tira feitiço de invocador, mas tem que voltar, tem que fazer valer.
É isso aí, o do Peco tá voltando, mas ainda tem uma janela aí de oportunidade pro time.
I think Red Academy is in a very comfortable spot for the most part.
Dois jogadores que não
They've survived sort of the early aggression from Randall.
o Nero, e agora vai pra cima do Randall, só que o Randall tem mobilidade, é uma Nafiri, o time da Red inicia esse primeiro dragão, só que o time
Peko
da
has
Red
6, but no
tá com
mana.
caras que vai deixar de graça.
Eita, ele não sabia
Wow, they are just hunting Randall. Okay. That was the ignite that took it from using. Yup, okay, nice. Very, very clean from Red. Yeah, holy... This is why I'm kind of impressed with Red's training systems, I guess. Like, they swapped out multiple players who got promoted. Like, Doom, Kaze, and Rebello all went up. And yet, it doesn't feel like they're struggling to replace those players whatsoever. Like, this honestly looks a lot like what we were seeing from them last split. A little bit less lane dominance. But to be fair, like, Red Academy, Rebello, Doom, they didn't have that level of dominance last year. Something just clicked for them this year. But just like how smooth that collapse was, knowing they're what fresh hell is E-Champs cooking up? La Gru Gru? Yeah, it's a blind box, all right. What do you get from Gru, apparently, the bot lane? This is not the 24-karat gold lab Gru Gru that ECG need right now. Yeah, but there's just the collapse on the bot side was really, really nice from them. I like seeing that. It's also really bad for ECG in a way, because if Red get a lead, they're just going to crush every single team fight. ECG already have a worse team fighting comp. Randall and Peko, man, they've got to do something, and I don't know if they can. Yeah, that looks really good for Hakari right up till he runs out of cooldowns. Then Zin starts botting him again. Oh. Wait, I think this is really bad for ECG. Fate Seal's about to come up for Mago. Okay. Really nice replay from ECG, actually. They kited that beautifully. And there's the Fate Seal that we were talking about. Does Mago get out? He gets out. Holy. Okay, so it's 1 for 1. Is it 1 for 1? Yeah, Bulla died. 1 for 1. So Rid get the feats of warfare. And they get the one grub that went down. So Red are pretty happy with how that actually ended up going. Mago gets maximal use from his Fate Seal. It literally just came off cooldown. He gets to use it again. The initial fight was actually really well played from ECG. They cut it back really well. Dodged a lot of the CC that came through. But yeah, this is illegal. Oh my goodness. And that's before Blade of the Ruined King's completed. Once Mago gets rid of the Ruined King, I actually genuinely feel here that it's kind of GG for ECG at that point. I don't think Peiko can afford side lane. Like, I don't think Peiko can lane against Zinz either. So then Peiko can't just sit in a lane, get pressure, and then ult to cover. I guess it becomes just Randall who has to hard carry at the point. Oh, ECG still get 2. Okay. I don't think they should have been allowed to get 2, but... They don't have equalizer. They don't need equalizer. Yep. Okay. I'll give ECG this. They are playing some of the micro interactions well, but it just doesn't matter. Right now, it feels like they're not playing the same game. Like, Red is playing a very different League of Legends from ECG. Like, Red Academy are playing LTA South level macro. ECG is still in CD level. Did Red Academy change their coaching staff? Or is it the same coaching staff? Like, I would assume it's the same coaching staff from... Red. Yeah, Mr. Trazi. Okay, same coaches. Just double check that this... Wait, I can do it this way, actually. Mr. Trazi, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that means... Yeah, then to me, that's huge props to the coaching staff from Red Academy. They've managed to raise this team, like, right up to that level right away.
Mas a gente tá vendo aqui que o Zinx não ligou muito pra isso não, ficou até feliz. E a gente tá vendo agora a Champ iniciando o dragão, Andrezinho. E a Red querendo contestar de novo.
Yuzin's taking a lot of damage. He did the same thing up top too, which is surprising when Yuzin was part of that winning roster from last split. This right here is what I mean when I say ECG is playing micro interactions really well. Like, they're at the objective and they're able to kind of face that off. Yeah. If Yuzin played that better, I think Red's fine, but that was yeah, Yuzin misplaying that. So we didn't even get to see the face off that we should have been able to see between the two teams. Like, Mago was looking for the Fade Seal. They technically had all the tools available, but good for ECG though. They stay competitive. They're at 2 objectives. I don't think they're going to get first turret unless they get Herald. They've only got 1 plate so far. To be fair, Red's only got 2 plates on bot and 1 up top. But yeah, like I said, Mago is a big threat, and I'm just waiting for Mago to get Blade of the Ruined King for Red to start turning the screws.
Lá na parte de baixo o Mago incomoda o Peco, mas vai pouquinho distante demais, toma esse hit da torre, tem que se reposicionar, mas já é o suficiente para jogar ele embaixo da torre, só que uma Thalia, né? Thalia consegue... Props to Gru.
I don't know how Gru is getting a CS lead in all of this. I mean, we're seeing the solo in CS disadvantages for ECG. Well played from Hikari. Yeah, but Red burnt nothing on that play. It's just a bit of time. Hikari losing a lot of pressure is... Losing all out is going to be really bad.
Fácil dele conseguir fugir, né? A Ambessa é uma campinha que tem muita mobilidade, mas uma boa tentativa da Red, que viu que o Zinx...
Objective we're looking at 2 minutes to Herald? Okay, so it's just straight laning for the next little while.
Enquanto isso, o Hikari vai continuando aí nessa situação de barril, até se recuperou um pouco mais, né? Conseguiu um pouco mais de recurso, mas ainda assim ele continua bem atrás, são quase 1.500.
Oh, Nero's looking for the revisit. Glacial Prince is about to come up too.
Porque o Nero já tá mais uma vez lá em cima.
Nero tá na espreita, ele vai passar por uma sentinela, vai limpar.
I was actually wondering if Nero's going to try to sneak back into the same bush and do the exact same thing. I think 90% of top laners would not expect the exact same play to happen again in like a minute or 2. Oh, Pickle Flash. I think he's still dead. Yeah. Okay, Randall getting the kill. That's fine. Not gonna lie though, I think if Mago had the Blade of the Ruined King, he might actually have been able to turn that. So that should be fun now that he has it. And he still finds the one for one trade, even in that situation. And Yuzin and Zins get the top side. They didn't get the kills, but that's fine. Yeah, the snowball's just growing. It's small incremental leads. Actually, it's not even that small. Like, it's pretty significant.
É o Zinx que tá conseguindo dominar completamente a matchup, tá conseguindo mandar muito bem, já são 2.000 de vantagem que a gente tá vendo.
É um latifundiário do agronegócio, parece, né? Realmente vem só...
Yeah, Randall's 3-1-0, so I can't even say like Randall hasn't been doing stuff. It just feels like Nero is so much more present on the map. I do think Randall getting the kills is probably the best thing for ACG. Let's see if he can actually carry some of these fights. I mean, there's a reason why Nefiri was like hyper meta and first pick, first ban for a while. It wasn't the team fights though. Tell you that much.
O Hakari perdeu, acho que saiu pouco do controle do que era esperado para a equipe da Champ, então é até difícil eles manterem o controle dessa região do Rio, porque eles precisam justamente disso, teleportar, garantir que eles tenham 5 jogadores e manter
Red should fight this. Or at least try and zone this. They don't have Fate Shield. It's coming up shortly. So if VCG don't just like start it up ASAP, Red should have a chance to do this. Glacial Prison's also coming up. Glacial Prison's nice. Like, it's a great utility tool. It's really the Fate Shield we care about. But Red... Okay, no, they are fighting this. They've rotated since down now. Oh, using... Oh! Oh my goodness. Holy crap. Is that not perfection? Like, is that not exactly what Red were looking for? Holy crap. Yuzin just brute forces that. He just charges in, flash, magnet storm, and that's all the setup they need. They didn't even use the glacial prison. It's still up. Slow-mo it, CD. It deserves a slow-mo. Oh my goodness, right there. Yeah, there's the slow-mo too. Oh, they just dogpile in all the CC, all the AoE just pouring down. That's a perfect execution of the AoE comp that they have. Oh. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's so beautiful. Yeah, it's game. that fight feels like the exclamation mark to how this game's gonna go. Rando, the only one who survives from ECG, because it's Nefiri. Any other jungler, you're probably dead. Hey. Okay. I think ECG now, the only way they can kind of play this is try and pick on Zins. Or if Kojima ever shows pushing without the support, maybe you can dogpile on them. But I don't think Mago is a viable target anymore. And you absolutely cannot team fight without a numbers advantage for ECG. Even with a numbers advantage, I still think they lose a team fight. For damage in the team fights, there's Rumble, Yone, Lucian. You could lose any one of them and still do a crap ton of damage. For utility and tank, there's both Sejuani and Rel, and you only need really one of them to start things off. So, yeah, I just don't think you can team fight at all. Low key, I kind of want to see Red just team fight 4v5. Have somebody else split push while that fight happens. Good knockback from Peiko. It does not matter? Oh, it does. Okay. Yuzin didn't land it. That was high key on Yuzin. I actually really appreciate that Mago used the ult to gap close instead of trying to dash and then gap close, but yeah. What is a seeding asparagus? I don't even like asparagus. Is it safe to eat a seeding asparagus? I know like potatoes that are sprouting is poisonous or something like that.
aproxima o Randall por ali, lá de longe o Kojima tenta acertar o seu expurgo, não chega a
What are we fighting over?
olha a vida dessa
Atacon? In a minute? Are we just fighting for Pryor right now? I guess so. They want to turn it out.
vai tentando segurar com unhas e dentes
It's not safe to eat seeding asparaguses? Okay.
embora e o time da Red já se reposiciona.
Mas a gente já viu que o Mago já teleportou na rota do meio e já puxou a onda de minions, então tá acelerando ainda mais o mapa e impedindo que o Gru sequer chegue perto pra conseguir farmar esses minions restantes que estão aqui próximos da torre. Então a gente vê que até em termos de mapa, a equipe da Red tá muito consciente em não deixar a peteca cair pra justamente continuar sufocando.
She's 60, almost a 60 CS differential topside. Damn. 2.5k. Biggest goal differential. We've been seeing some big top lane discrepancies, but from a Rumble? Damn, bro.
Nossa, é impressionante o que vai fazer.
Like, Rumble's not even a lane or a 1v1 style top laner.
Não deixa o Peco chegar perto dessa wave. Não sei nem se ele tá pegando XP ali onde ele
Gotta feel bad for Hikari. Hikari's just that far behind right now.
chegada do Mago, dessa chegada dele fatiando tudo e todos pelo caminho. E o time da Red vai fazendo isso que você falou, professor. Sufocando. E o Mago, ele não tem medo de nada. Se ele acerta, essa ultimate poderia ser problema. Mesmo sem acertar, ele ainda incomoda mais ainda o Peco. E a atoada é essa. O time da Red em todos os lugares vai incomodando, não deixando o time da equipe ficar confortável. Agora vai cair essa torre, tem a aproximação do Nero.
Turret's finally down just in time for Atacon to spawn, and that's exactly what they're trying to do, is just get Pryo on the bot
O
side.
time da Red faz a opção de fazer esse atacante.
E a gente vê agora que o Hakari tá na rota superior.
Oh, man. This is one of those tough situations where if you're ECG, you want to fight this because it's your best shot. But if you're ECG and you lose this fight, it's game over.
Isso, eles vão
They've called for the TPs. Atacon's already gone.
já foi embora.
Like, is Mago just gonna look for the engage?
Já leva muito dano o Randall. E agora é a execução do time da
Oh,
Red.
they get it along the wall. Bulas is gonna melt.
Do Ziggs, o Bulas fica como
Okay.
lá do outro
Hikari going in there is suicide?
pra cima do Ziggs. E agora a perseguição vai se espalhando. Pega o próximo
I guess maybe he thought you couldn't run the other way, so he did that way.
abate. O Randall tá com seus dias contados. Não chega a
Randall gets out again as the last man standing on his team.
pelo Ziggs, mas logo na
Oh, no, never mind. Gru and Hikari don't die.
fez o que queria. Ninguém caiu.
Honestly, not anywhere near as bad as I thought that fight was gonna go.
Pensar pra capitalizar em cima desse. Ai, quase que o Guru vai embora.
Pois é, e a Red continua aproveitando.
Range flash from Gru keeps him alive though.
Mais em objetivos,
Yeah,
então,
I thought they were gonna get wiped in that fight.
27
I guess Red couldn't quite find the right position.
O
So unbound.
Marvel não
Gru untethered.
no mapa porque ele sempre vai aparecer. Ele
Damn.
hoje pega mais uma eliminação e agora ele tem que correr, hein? O Bulas vai se aproximando.
They're looking for this. Like I said, I don't even know if you win this anymore. ECG pulling a Flamengo. To be fair, Lunar, I think they're doing better than Flamengo did. Last split. I mean, Flamengo technically won their game today, so. Yep, that right there, that was exactly what I thought was gonna happen when you go after the Yone after Blade of the Ruin King is completed. Again, only Blade of the Ruin King completed. No other major items. That's just Yone for you. Full build after boots and a sword. Call it the good old B&B, boots and blade. I don't know, I feel like ECG, it's a draft issue for them. Like, I actually think they're piloting the draft decently. Like, it's not what they're doing that's an issue, it's what they did in the draft phase. Whereas Flamengo was just... Flamengo lost, but just lost as all hell. Today, they dropped in a very simple, easy to execute composition, and Flamengo looked fine. Okay. Oh my goodness, Zinz. Zinz is inting. Does it matter? It does not. It actually does not matter at all that Zinz just did that. Yeah, if Randall's dead, you don't have to worry about it. You can still go for the dragon. Damn. It's just that easy. Why do we not see more Yone, guys? Yone's busted. I'm actually low-key curious what the win rate is for Yone. I looked it up last year, last split, and I think it was like pretty decent, but not like crushing. Yeah, I think that was the fight after Atacon that they were showing there. I'm trying to remember when that fight happened.
Cara, o time da Red tá com uma vantagem imensa em ouro, vantagem em itemização. São jogadores com 2 itens e meio, muito próximos de fechar o terceiro item.
Watching Zinz go that deep is kind of funny. But the turnaround onto Randall is criminal.
Então é uma diferença discrepante
Like Randall had full vision too of them taking that. Like he has the ward and bush. I think he just didn't expect the amount of damage which would come out from them. But he's so squishy. Like he's got some health from Shojin's and Black Lever, but not. He doesn't have the resistances to actually. It's like fake health.
E ao que tudo indica, é isso que vai acontecer se não rolar milagre. A galera da Champ tem que voltar no game, achar alguma abertura, pegar algum erro do time da Red, mas até o momento o time da Red não vem fazendo jogo 100%, todos os lugares que eles vão.
It's all bait. If ECG look for this engage, they're gonna regret it. It's a choke point. It's in the jungle.
Já tem mais uma torre a perigo. Eita, encaixa o controle de
Like I know Zinz is not technically there, but he's not that far away in mid lane.
E aqui continua aquele cenário. Cerco, incomoda. A galera da Red já chega porque tem visão glacial muito bom pra cima do Hakari.
Okay, not the worst case choke point. An equalizer can't quite cut off the lane, so you're just gonna get tired out.
Mas o grande ponto é que eles querem manter essa pressão para levar o objetivo, levar esse mapa todo. O Kojima tá pouco exposto aqui nesse momento, pode rolar bate.
Okay. Good collapse. Pickle finally gets that good ult off. There's no equalizer because they used it on the upside, on the top side. This is only working, by the way, because Mago's not here. And Kojima got melted in the very beginning. But I did say I want to see the 4v5 come through for Red Academy. We just saw it. It did not end well for Red, unfortunately. It's not game over, but it did not end well. Oh! And he gets 3. I mean, technically he only gets 2, but he gets him in range of Randall, so... Effectively 3. Okay, and then he dies. Nice. Red playing for entertainment right now. Literally playing for entertainment. They somehow trade even after low-key inting. Nice. Not actually. If you're ECG, depressing.
Conseguiu alguns abates, conseguiu algumas eliminações, mas principalmente conseguiu alguns shutdowns para conseguir acelerar pouco mais essa tensão, porque se a gente for dar uma olhadinha nesses itens agora, a gente vê que o Ambessa ainda não conseguiu nem fechar o seu segundo item aos quase 30 minutos de jogo. Então a gente vê agora que a Tag também fecha esse relay.
Okay, Red, you've had your fun. Close it out clean. Let's see how they do that. While they are strong, I do think those bounties will slow them down a little bit that they just gave over. ECG's wave clear is not terrible. It's not amazing either. And most importantly, Red is strong enough to potentially just dive turrets. So, especially if they get the Baron. It's already gone. Randall's not even close. Yeah, Nero can afford to just throw that because Yuzin's on the flank. Magnetstorm doesn't land though. Oh, clutch flash from Makari. For a second, it looked like Nero tried to use the ult, but it didn't work. Oh, nice! Akari dodges! Nice. Akari's out. Yeah. Okay. It's still going to be really tough, though. They have a numbers disadvantage now. Like, I respect the attempt to try and assassinate Kojima. But as you can see, it puts them in a really awkward position. And nobody's defending topside now. I'm not saying nobody, I guess. Technically, Hakari's there, but... The wave clear isn't there. The wave clear is Gru and Peko. And Peko showed bot. Gru showed mid. I don't know if Willis actually wanted to land that hook. I know he tried. If it landed, I think he would have got his team killed. Equalizer is ready and waiting to go. Magnetstorm's back up too, as well as the culling, so... Yeah. 10 seconds on drag. Red's already there.
O Mago já tem 3 itens e meio, tá quase fechando o próximo item também, o Kojima, a gente tá vendo ali que ele tá com uns pedacinhos do item, e o time da Red tá bem à frente agora, tá com tudo pra vencer, pode vir pra fazer esse terceiro dragão, ou até não, né? Nem, na verdade, não precisa.
Nero just out smiting that, because why not? Not like he needs it for Dragon. Are they just gonna ignore Dragon and push that in? I don't think that's unreasonable. I mean, they have Baron. I actually kind of prefer that they maximize Baron this way. You're not hurting for the 1-minute timer on the Dragon. Ooh, Peko's just trying to get as much bounty gold as possible. He's actually doing a lot of work with that.
tem muita mobilidade.
É, pode fazer falta aqui na parte de baixo, porque o time da Red não tá nem ligando se tem torre.
Olha os canhão bufado.
Quem tá colando por ali e o Mago, como sempre, já se aproxima, deixa o grupo com muito medo.
Just one slash,
Já
that's
pegam
enough.
essa torre de tier 3 e vão na direção da roda do meio, hein? A roda do meio pode ser a próxima a ser focada, enquanto o inibidor da parte de baixo vai indo embora. O Bullet se põe no meio da galera, são 4 jogadores.
Oh, dang. Randall went deep for Zinz.
Lá atrás, mas não adianta de nada.
And Mago is just killing Hikari under a turret. Nice. Or killing a turret under Hikari. Whichever way you want to cut it. Same thing. There's the game. Well, yep. Red closes out pretty clean. Pretty decently. They get Baron, they collapse in. Does Nero die? Does Red pad their stats? They're gonna try. Oh, they lose Kojima. Wait, Mago actually dies under the turret dive too. Okay, they ended it. I can't say cleanly, but very dominantly. I'll give them that much. Ah, the shield! Scrap shield! Zinz hit it! Okay, that was fun. That game was fun. Oh, man. Okay. Again, I don't feel like ECG played terribly. I think the gameplay was fine. Yes, they were out hands a little bit. Would have liked to see a little bit more early game presence from them, but it wasn't bad. It was mostly chopped from them. Red is just built better, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately for ECG. Yeah, huge props to the Red coaching staff. I do think the way they're playing, that's coaching. That's really good. So with that, Red is the first team to pull a 3-0 in Super Week. Congrats to them. Cade go up against Kaboom next, and they have a chance to do the same thing, and 3-0 the week. It should be a lot tougher. I think Kaboom has the best hands out of any team right now. But Cade did it before, and the Cade Academy squad's not that different, so. I'm not quite sure who you MVP on Red Academy. I think everybody has a pretty good shot on it. I don't know. This week, I feel like I'm on a utility kick. Like, I am liking the whoever's finding like the massive engage. And that's using the Magnet Storm. Oh, man. That one around, was it Herald? Grubs? Herald, I think it was at that point. That was so gorgeous, and that was using coming out, just brute forcing from mid lane, the Magnet Storm engage. For that alone, I give it to using. But I think Zinz and Mago make a very compelling case. Kojima's damage is very, very low, so he's probably the only one I wouldn't award MVP to this game. Oh, I want to watch the replay of that engage. Yeah. Yeah, this was the one, I think. Yeah, using. Oh my goodness. Oh man. That it's not a full ace is my only regret watching that. That Randall got away. You could not ask for a better fight.
Mas eu acho que aqui a Champ a gente comentou, jogou muito bem, mas eu acho que é só realmente a maneira que eles tentaram organizar esse draft. Eu acho que eles tentaram repetir alguma coisa contra uma composição que não permitia.
And this one was honestly a lot better for ECG. I thought they'd get wiped, but they actually managed to create enough space and get most people out. Damn.
E acho que foi uma coisa que a gente já comentou antes
Damn.
que justamente essas composições que são muito mais focadas em combo aqui estão tendo um sucesso muito maior aqui no circuitão. Então talvez
Okay. So based on just watching the Super Week, I think Red Academy is exactly what they were. They're the team to beat right now. They're number one. Even above Cade Academy, I feel like this Red just feels more complete than what I've seen from Cade Academy. And Cade can change my mind, but I suspect they won't. For Cade to prove that they're better than Red Academy to me this week, they need to close out Kaboom clean. Like, not struggle. If they struggle at all, if it looks competitive, then I don't, then I don't think they're better than Red Academy based on this week. And for Kaboom, I need to kind of see them not just play Herod Gaming. And also draft properly, please, Kaboom. Like, none of this cocky ego drafting. You're not going to be... Like, if Kaboom have the best hands in CD, I think there's a case to be made that Cade have the second best like individual name value hands.
É, né? E o time da Red, por sua
Quats
vez,
has done his thing here
passou
multiple
por
times.
essa
Sorolu has
semana,
won CG before.
não muito bem,
Sh-
a primeira semana foi realmente muito dura.
Was Shino the top laner when they won? No, that was Tyrion who was the top laner at the time.
Esperança, né?
Um,
Fica aí esse destaque pra galera da Red que
yeah.
está nessa toada, e também fica o destaque pra galera.
Destaque?
Ah, destaque.
Ih,
Destaque,
chamou,
você,
chamou.
você tá falando destaque, Drezão.
Isso
Ô,
aqui, ó.
professor, e aí o destaque?
Eu
o destaque.
Ó,
Você
a gente
corta.
ficou um pouco na dúvida, mas eu acho que a partida do Mago foi implacável. Mesmo que o Zinx tenha feito um ótimo
Yeah.
trabalho nesse early game, eu acho que
MVP.
realmente estourou o Hakari. Mas
Show
eu
me the
acho que o
magic
Mago aqui
and
conseguiu ter uma
see if it
atuação
tilts.
um pouco superior
You get to Mago?
pra
Okay,
conseguir
that's fine, that's
controlar
fair,
as
yeah.
prévias em muitos momentos, e eu acho que
I think
tá
certainly
criando um caos
Mago
nessa
had the most
equipe.
pressure with the Yone, like we talked about. The moment he got the blade of the Rune King, it was just GG.
Eles
Man,
não sabiam muito bem aonde eles
was just
conseguiriam
incredibly
responder, como
strong, so.
conseguiria responder, e acho que também ele teve muito sangue frio naquele early game, naquele nível
1980,
pra ele.
2004?
Não gastou o flash dele, depois
I wonder
puxou
what
o
the
flash do
tattoos
Pepe,
about.
então acho que em termos de lane phase também, desde o começo do jogo até o final, ele conseguiu mandar muito bem.
Não tem jeito.
I mean, kid's too young to be bought in 1980. Not even close.
Aí tu zoou minha
bem.
imitação aqui.
Pô,
né?
foi mal,
Tudo
foi
bem,
mal.
valeu.
Was it his
Vamos fazer o
mom's?
seguinte, meus amigos. Muito obrigada pela companhia de vocês.
Maybe
Vocês
it's
estão
like
vendo aí que tá
the-
chegando um novo jogo.
That's only
Eu tenho
24 years.
esperança,
It's too
tá?
young to be his
Vivo
mom's
quem Stars contra o time da Cabo
life, I
IBR. Tá
guess.
chegando um novo trio aqui com
Oh,
vocês
no.
também.
Okay.
Então fica aí
We'll
que o
find out,
Circuitão
suppose.
volta já já.
Okay, next up it's Cade versus Kaboom. Match of the day? Question mark. It's kind of funny because the week has shaped this one up, I think, to be closer than it otherwise would have been. Like coming into the week, Cade was not doing terribly well. Like they lost to A7, so they 1-1. I know people were saying that, yeah, Cade's kind of meh. And Kaboom looked just incredibly strong. They came in to yesterday 3-0, and then they lost to Rise. And now who the hell knows what's gonna happen?
Muitas possibilidades.
Loki feels a bit like a redemption arc for both these teams, but Cade's like well into the arc right now.
Investir no seu eu
They're 2-0 on the week, on the super week, if you will.
V3. Muito mais do que a Bolsa do Brasil. Com você, forjando talentos e investidores.
Yeah. The one thing I really don't want to see from this particular game, like they can make it a fiesta, I guess. I just don't want to see the teams both just ego drop like weird picks and just, you know, smash their heads into each other and make it a dumb bloodbath. Like with these names, I do kind of want to see a bit of macro coming through, you know, for both of them. Oh, I'm just checking messages. Oh man. So we're on break right now, so I'm just gonna talk about like other stuff, nothing unrelated to CD. I am trying to get into Riftbound, the new trading card game that's coming out. Riot's new trading card game. It doesn't. The cards aren't coming out in the West till October 31st. In China, they're coming out. I think they're already. No, they come out in August. So I don't know if it's end of August, beginning of August. It's China. I'm not tracking that because I'm not playing Chinese cards. So yeah. But even before the cards are out, people have already been like playing with proxy decks and all that. I'm guilty of that. I have printed proxy decks. If you're in my area, let me know. I'm more than happy to play. But there are tournaments. There are online tournaments already being played on Tabletop Simulator for Riftbound. And I am kind of really jelly because I don't have Tabletop Simulator. I know it's a Steam thing. You can download it. But it seems complicated to me, so I kind of don't want to. I would rather play with webcam. The other problem is the tournaments are times I can't play. There have been tournaments on the weekends, but I'm usually covering LTA South, so as much as I love Riftbound, I also love LTA South too much to give up on LTA South to go play Riftbound, you know? So like I can't make the weekend tournaments. Then there's a prize tournament tomorrow for Riftbound and I can't do it because I've got IRL work. I hate my life sometimes. Man, I'm crying. I'm crying in the club. I just want to play Riftbound, man. Or cast Riftbound. I don't know if I can cast it right now. I don't know all the cards yet. I've been tracking all this stuff, so yeah, I've seen all the cards at least once, but to be honest, I don't memorize. I haven't memorized all the cards yet, and yeah, I don't feel knowledgeable enough to try and cast it. I just want to play more games, man. I actually haven't really been like that into a game since League of Legends. League of Legends was like the last big game I played. And eventually I kind of stopped playing because my boomer hands and also my friends who I used to play with all kind of slowly stopped playing the game. Real life, man. People get old. They move away. They try new things. Or even worse, they get married and have kids and then they have no life. Actually, that reminds me. I need to go talk to some of my friends who have kids and I haven't hung out with for a while because of that. I feel bad. I'm a bad friend. I don't keep up with my friends. Okay, we're back to CD. 8 Stars Academy. Love the pictures. They've looked okay. I mean, they're a strong team, right? Their macro is not the best, but it's good enough that they're not inting like Los and Kaboom. And those are the other two teams, I think, with like really, really good hands. So yeah. And here's the other team we were just talking about with great hands and no macro. Hirit Gaming. To be fair, Greftar had a really good game on Monday. Greftar's on his hyper carry arc, and I am here for it. If he can become a real hyper carry, I think we see Greftar back in LTA South. Because that was the one complaint everybody had was, oh, his laning is so bad. Man's dropping a crap ton of CS. But if you can hyper carry, I think you can replace Jewel. Oh, and for all of y'all who do LTA Fantasy, I have been told in the GCD apparently that Zamudo will not be playing this weekend and Yayo has been extended till Monday. So that probably means Yayo will be playing this weekend for Disguised. For anybody who's interested in LTA Fantasy. So I think they're playing up against TL. I don't know if that means you want to pick Impact. Impact's not really the biggest carry around, but up against Yayo, he should probably get the GD at 14 buff at least, if not a kill, like huge kill advantage. Okay, Kadev opted for blue side, nice. Not changed up. We're going for Aurora and Xinjiao already. So these are kind of like more agency champions, like self-agency, less team dependent. At least with the Aurora. Your Xinjiao and Sion scream at me hyper carry from Kissy. Varus finally banned. It is so weird to me that we've just been giving Kissy Varus for free. Like, I understand that maybe you think Kissy is not really an AD carry, but nevertheless, yeah. I don't think you should be giving for free. We banned Ezreal Karma. Like I said, I'm thinking hyper carries. I'm thinking Sivir got banned, so Jinx, Senna, Smolder. Kaboom have like a really nice team fight comp already. Yeah, I like the Senna here actually, because you've already got the Wukong and like, everybody else's damage. A bit more utility from the bot lane's fine, and Senna still brings really good skilling as we go up. For Kaboom, honestly, I'd actually like an Enchanter support here, but Enchanters don't go well with Senna, unless you want to go Seraphine. Actually, Seraphine would not be a bad pick for Kaboom. Okay. I understand the Jhin when you're looking at no tank for Kaboom. I would have liked the hyper carry. But this does mean that Kissy has to play a bit more proactively. I feel like on the Varus, he's been playing almost utility. He's been rushing the Umbral Glaive, and it feels lacking compared to Yomusko's Blade. I actually don't know what the stat comparison is. Look that up. Alistair, Rel, Leona, just some sort of engage or some sort of tank from BKS would be enough. Umbral. Umbral Glaive is 50 attack damage, 50 ability haste, 15 lethality. Let's compare that to Yomu's. Yomu's is 55 attack, 18 lethality, and 4% movement speed. So 55. So it's not actually that much worse than Yomu's, but I think the movement speed just makes it feel makes you almost feel a lot better. Oh, okay, we go Braum. That's okay. Yeah, actually, Braum's not bad into the Aurora. You can tank up the sound and then just try and disrupt the pull-up engage. Not bad. I like the comp. I like the comp from Kaboom a lot, actually. Kind of similar to the Flamengo. I feel like if we simplify the composition, teams like Flamengo, like Kaboom, should do a lot better. Because, I mean, really, what are you asking for? The only thing I kind of don't like about the comp... Okay, so it's 4 in a vacuum for me. Maybe even a 4.5. Actually, no, I'll keep it at 4. What I don't really like that much about Kaboom is you don't have super easy engage. You're relying on Wukong and Annie or Braum on the outside, and all of them kind of have to run at them. It's not like a Leona or a Nautilus or a Rakan where they can very easily get in there. Even Rel, I think, would be better for engage. And I don't think you really needed the peel from Braum in this situation, so... 4. Still very good. Fantastic team fight composition. Cade, good front to back. You've got really beefy front lines. And most importantly, there's no tank buster on the side of Kaboom. So Sion and Xinjiao are going to get a ton of value. I don't really like the mid AD carry they've opted for. Again, I think Jin will do fine in this situation. But when you've got such a nice beefy front line, I would love a hyper carry here. I think a hyper carry would do so much better. So much more consistently, I should say. Jin is kind of bursty with his damage profile. That 4-shot, the dancing grenade, the curtain calls. Yeah, it's fine. It will do good into this, and you can still absolutely pop and shred Senna and Nohor sustain. The sustain matters a lot less when you're this bursty with an Aurora Jin. It's just your fights are a lot more cooldown based. In isolation, I actually don't like that composition as much. So in isolation, probably like a 3. But playing into this comp, I'll give this a 4. I'm boosting this up to a 4, and I'm dropping this to a 4. So, yeah. The Sion could be the big problem, actually, for Kaboom to kind of try and deal with. We'll see how the top lane goes. It is Hirit, after all, on this Aatrox. And if you can body the Sion early, if you come big enough in the Aatrox, the tanks do not matter. And if Hirit can actually just shred that front line, then it's just so much easier. Is that Graftar? It is Graftar, okay. It's been a while since Graftar was in K-Stars. He was part of that 3G team with Gigo, Grell, and Graftar on the top side. That was a fun team to watch. Not a good team, but a very fun team. What is that meme format? I've never seen that.
Pode participar com a gente na hashtag Circuitão, manda aí sua foto, sua torcida. O Grum tá, inclusive, mandou a tabs foto dele de hoje. Boa. Foi, inclusive, muito legal. Aprovado, aprovado. Ele é o melhor da tabs foto, gente, não tem pra mim, assim. Ele, com certeza, é o cara da tabs foto. Então, manda aí sua fotinho, sua torcida. A gente vai longe ainda.
Yeah, I'm trying to read this and see if it explains what the hell that meme was, but...
Inclusive, essa vitória aqui, essa galera que tá 3-1, os dois times, é muito importante.
The translation is not ideal, and I feel like memes are harder than anything to like, try and pick up unless it's like being explained to you. Yeah, Greftar is such a polarizing player though. I find it really funny. I've always been a bit of a Greftar apologist. I always thought he wasn't bad. He was just put in a really... He had to play a certain style on Red that he had no choice to play. Because... Well, and even on Kate Stars with Grell as well, it did feel like he was kind of forced to play sacrificial for his junglers because his junglers were kind of crazy. Or not just crazy necessarily. Aegis isn't crazy. Very assertive, let's say. But I didn't think he was a bad mid laner by any means, and I think it's more of a stylistic choice. And then everybody was like crying for his head, and now that he's been dropped from Red, and now in CD, I see so many people going, yeah, let's go Greftar, he's really, really good, you know, he deserves to be in tier 1, and I'm like, okay. I don't disagree with it, but where were all of y'all when he was in Red?
Pode trazer aqui para a equipe da Kabum, não só para o Atrox, também para o Con, que vai ficar no meio de todo mundo. Mas vamos ver a partir de agora, vocês estão vendo as composições na telinha. VKS Academy contra Kabum vem de situações diferentes. A VKS
onto the Rift we go. I think Kate should be heavily favored in the bot lane. In the mid lane, it gets iffy. I think it's a skill matchup, and it's based on the skill of the Aurora. If Aurora plays right, she wins. If Aurora plays wrong, Annie bodies her, because Annie is such a simplistic champion, and Greftar is actually really good at simplistic champions, so... Yeah, maybe favor Greftar a little bit here. Quatz's laning isn't necessarily the strongest, so there's a world in which Greftar just runs over him in the mid lane. And then top side, heavily Herod favored. Like, if Herod loses his lane, I think Kaboom just loses the game. They're Herod gaming for a reason. The K in Kaboom stands for Herod.
Dessa fase regular tem bye, tem jogo a menos, vão poder ficar só esperando ali na primeira rodada. E a gente vê que o começo não é aquele começo tão tranquilo, né? Aquela abertura em leque, todo mundo só defendendo, porque os atiradores já se estranharam um pouquinho.
Lembrando que esse jogo aqui também vale a liderança, né? Pra terminar líder aqui na nossa super semana desafiante, porque a Champ
no level 1 action. Is that the first time today that we've not seen some level 1 scrapping and aggression? Just kind of handshake, drop wards, vision war, if you will. I actually find it really funny that this week we've seen so much level 1 action. We've seen people die at level 1 just dropping wards in. And we don't see that like in LT, like the tier 1 side of things. There's at most just a couple of love taps, and that's about it. Sometimes teams don't even bother. They're just like, get out of here. We see you. You know you're here. Oh, Dudu canceled 2 autos.
Time chegando 5-0 e time saindo 0-5 dessa semana. Não aconteceu, né? Isso cravaria matematicamente.
Bouncing grenade got 1 tap off on him too.
Time fechar aqui com 4 vitórias, chegando aí para
Like I said, this was my first look at Kissy like having to actually play proactively and not just play something like a Varus. Supportive Varus. He did land quite a few of his piercing arrows at least. Like he wasn't losing lane on the Varus. It's just that he missed a lot of chains of corruptions. And this right here, folks, is what I was talking about. Simplicity of Annie. Just auto attack Q, point and click. You can't miss. And that's why like it's tougher for the Aurora, because Aurora has to space roll. If you hop at the right timings, then Annie can't really trade onto you, but it is a very small, thin margin. And then you gotta land your skill shots too.
Pra gankar o 4 foi visto. E agora o 4 vai sair.
Ele apareceu 4 instantaneamente.
Okay. That's fine. Wiz is just transitioning between the lanes. I don't think they saw Sarolu. And Kaboom didn't get early wards down, so they should have no clue where Sarolu actually is right now. Wiz has to be very, very carefully. He does not want to have to try and deal with Xinjiao early as Wukong. Eric? Kind of? Taking a lot of damage there. She don't play this well. I love how we get to see Hirit not able to land the skill shot, Chino just walking away, and then we also get to see Hirit not be able to dodge the decimating smash. Toxic Timo. Yeah, I just have to keep an eye on this upside. Yeah, the dude's having fun right now. Getting free stacks off Scamber. I'm still not completely sure. Like support-wise, generally the accepted answers into Senna currently are you either run like a hyperscaler and try and match her hyperscaling, like Jinx, Smolder, Sivir, but the problem is that eventually Senna outranges pretty much all of them. Jinx is probably the one that keeps pace with her in terms of range the longest, and then Sivir and Smolder outdamage her significantly, but have to play inside her range, which is kind of tough. Sivir at least gets bounces trying to extend range, and Smolder just uses Mom and then prays that the rest of the team can do the damage. Then the alternative is you run something like a Lucian Draven early to try and smash the center lane and make sure she doesn't become a thing. But the support choices are still mostly just tank supports. I've been kind of favoring the Jinx matchup, or like the skilling matchup, just because you can actually run enchanters. Because watching her just abuse melees and stack souls on melees feels really, really bad.
pessoal poder também
And
se
I hate
preparar
that
e
pros
tá
just
semana
are
viva.
still mostly playing tanks into Senna at this point.
Então, fica ligado, dica
Se tudo der
precisa.
certo amanhã, tá? Pra o
Ok,
pessoal
legal,
poder acompanhar.
Amanhã,
Again,
sábado,
one of the reasons why I wasn't like I was kind of like, well, Kissy's opting for the Jhin. Okay, well that means tank and that means free stacking for
Passamos da metade da semana, já tá chegando.
Senna. I don't even feel like Jin's necessarily a great pick into Senna.
Espero que vocês já tenham analisado
It's fine if the
o
team
mercado
calm,
também aqui,
but
meus companheiros.
that specific matchup I don't
Já
feel like is
montar o
great for
time. Não é
Jhin.
uma semana muito fácil não, viu,
And I
gente?
guess that's why we see like a Braum come through, right?
Ana
You just
também
need to put
bateu
shield
pra
up,
investir,
buy space for your Senna, that's it.
tá bem? É.
Essa semana eu tô bem.
Eu
You can do that job done.
Eu fico acompanhando aqui, né, nos jogos do Circuitão e, cara,
Well, I was complaining about that. Lane swaps come through.
eu queria ter escalado esse cara
Kate Stars
aí.
initiated it. They get a small advantage off of it. I don't think it's significant.
Espero que sim, que é legal
Circuitão
demais.
Fantasy.
É, o Fantasy tá sendo muito legal.
Like it's an advantage for Kissy. Shino still gets suffers.
Tô curtindo bastante o
And Wiz doesn't want to fight this because he's not 6 yet. Probably the right call.
Ganhou a primeira etapa, tem que estar
Claro
gostando.
que ele gosta.
O brasileiro gosta de ganhar, né? Eu não me excluo.
Dudu actually losing out that trade.
Daí
Ah,
rolou a
to be expected, I
inversão, né?
suppose.
Agora, ó, o Alistar vai chegar aqui com o teleporte, ele ficou ali auxiliando pro dragão da montanha, então agora o Scamber vai chegar junto aqui do que ser primeiro objetivo da BKS.
É isso, então.
Yeah, Senna on her own early is not great.
É muito difícil pra cena,
And then Jin's going
potenciais
lethality too,
de
so
dragões, né, iniciais aí pro time adversário, independente de qual atirador ela
he's
tá
gonna hit
jogando,
harder.
é muito difícil ela ter
Hit
essa pressão de
harder
volta,
earlier, pardon me.
conseguir, né, essa vantagem pro seu caçador
Oh, good
presente,
block from
então
Giggs.
já sabiamente já pensa aí nesse swap, pensando no próximo objetivo, que são as vastilarvas, aqui é mais ou menos 1 minuto e meio.
Oh.
e vão pra
Wait, why did we just pan away from that?
Tava vendo, mas parece que vai
Kissy had to burn cleanse.
De um lado o Wiz, do outro Sarolu, ele vem fechando pra
Okay, this is gonna result in a kill.
Tá com a vida meio
Because if the camera operator moved away from top for this, then it has to be first blood.
First blood pro Chino.
Here it's getting shut down.
Sarolu.
Kaboom in shambles.
Na hora que não tinha mais como sair vivo, como sobreviver nessa jogada, acabou sendo cobrado. O First Blood fica ali nas mãos do Chino com seu Simon. Eu até tinha comentado, né? Para as teamfights, eu acho que precisa ter mais.
Unironically though, it actually kind of is really bad for Kaboom, and I am actually quite concerned with them. I am not confident about any other win con on their team besides Harriet right now. And Greftar is not really on a carry champion. Like he can find some sick engages with the Annie for sure, but the damage side of things might be a little bit lacking. I'm seeing a Sapphire Crystal already. So probably not Rod of Ages. I think what else builds off the Sapphire Crystal that you might build an Annie, because if you're building Archangels, you're high key trolling, so it's not that, but
Beleza que o Sarolu chegou bonito, mas vamos ver como é que fica, porque deve ter briga pelas vastilavas. 8 minutos elas acabam de nascer, já estão posicionados. O Giggs vai dando a cara, mas
I guess it goes into the Lost Chapter, and then from Lost Chapter you go
Tem
into.
que esperar o resto do time da Kabum chegar e a Cade já garantiu o primeiro biro. Giggs ainda fica ali, o Whis vai se
I think, like,
posicionando, os caçadores já
there's a
têm
bunch of
vocês,
burst items.
mais os dois
Does
tiros já
Ludens
foram
come out of Lost
garantidos,
Chapter still?
o objetivo com isso é feito.
Okay.
Cage pra cima do Giggs, mas os
That's a
caras
big engage we're kind of talking about, but Wiz is the one who finds it. Nice.
o time da Kabum cobra e cobra caro esse biro.
Guess he's doing less damage than I thought he would.
1-1 no placar,
With the serrated
Kabum
Dirk.
leva melhor nessa luta, chegou atrasado pro objetivo.
I mean, he's auto-attacking well. It's just
Sentiu confiante, foi pra
didn't
cima e não
do
deu
anything.
certo pra eles.
É um combo muito forte, uma entrada do Kong que mostra pra gente por que ele tá voltando tão forte pro meta, né?
Okay.
Pega o nível 6,
Kinda giga huge for Kaboom.
a estrutura de teamfight, ainda
It's
mais
not on
com o
Harriet though,
Costream
but
do lado do
seeing other
Lord
people able to
Fox,
do that is
que não
big.
participou dessa teamfight agora, mas pode ser ainda mais um diferencial aqui pra equipe.
I just realized it's probably
Eles não
Malignance
conseguem ainda
or Greftar, isn't it?
mapa, né,
Maligma.
de objetivos pras proezas, que pegam apenas uma vastilarva, enquanto que a BKS já falta apenas um objetivo.
And yes, Ludens does build out of it. That was the one I was trying to check.
E aí depois veremos quem vai
Okay, the
ficar
farm
com
alarm is being sounded up top.
Pois é, mais um monstro aí, já garante.
Ooh, Shino no balls, go all the way in.
Faltam praticamente 2 minutos pro próximo dragão, que deve ser o próximo objetivo. Você viu o Chino aí lutando pra poder chegar e pegar aquela.
That was a good rotate from Harriet. He barely gets any damage off of that turret.
Já chega pra contestar, as bot lanes voltaram pra parte inferior do mapa. Próximo objetivo sendo o dragão, é normal que eles estejam por aqui.
É isso. E o
If this
motivo
game
mais
goes late
claro
with all
da
the skilling, I
vitória
mean,
é
technically Senna is always advantage in the skilling game, but I don't think it's that advantaged. Oh, Kissy.
Mas o que você ficou sozinho, eles têm que se reposicionar.
That was actually a really good read from Dudu to not go in.
Ele não consegue sair, ainda tem o
I don't know if Scamper got caught on a ward, but... Oh! Let's go. Snipe from downtown.
E traz o que você pega o abate.
Really well played from Cade. Yeah, I'm actually tracking because Scamber goes on a deep run here. Does he get spotted on the board? No, yeah, Dudu. Just really well played from Dudu. You know, recognizing that, hey, their support in their jungle is kind of missing for a while. We're not winning this. Get out. Okay. Geeks, yeah. Geeks just, I think getting a little bit too ahead of himself there. He doesn't even have ult, so going in there was a little bit sketchy. He got blood into his eyes. He thought he had Kissy dead to rights. Spoiler, he did not. Okay, so Kissy's now 2-0. Yeah, this should be a good game for Kissy then. I had questions, and he's given me answers. Kissy can play lane dominant if he needs to. I wonder if he also picks Jhin over like the other hyperscalers because it's more of a mid game or mid lane champion. Like we've seen Tuts pull it on mid. But actually, by that logic, then he should go Smolder. Because Smolder is an actual mid lane champion that was heavily mid favored for a while. Either way, I am okay with this. Yeah. I might like the hyperscalers more, but it's probably better for K-Star style if they can play more proactively. Is Shino going to TP in? Here it's TPing in. Yep. Shino's TPing in. They're going to fight for this. Okay, Quats with the flank, and it is Sarolu in there. Wiz was trying to zone. Okay, here it's doing work 1v4. While Kissy's trying to 1v4, they are not the same. That's 1-for-1 so far. Oh, Grafthar said. Damn, Shino's in there. Can we get one more? Oh, triple for Quats. I feel like this split, Quats is fluctuating between like Pain Gaming Quats and VKS Quats. Like last split, Quats was actually pretty strong in the mid game and often got prio in lane, so he roamed out early. Back on Paint Gaming last year, he was just like strictly late game. Oftentimes, like Tatu doesn't even play for that mid lane at all. He plays around the mid lane because Quats just wants to sit there and farm anyways. Then this week, I've seen kind of elements of both, but this is VKS Quats. Oh. Yeah, here it tried to kind of zone everybody out, but he's a bit further behind, I think, than he's used to. He actually melts roughly at the same speed as Kissy, which is nuts. Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Okay. I haven't even been speeding up and slowing down today. Damn. I don't know what's wrong with the connection. Maybe it's a YouTube thing.
É uma vantagem que começa a preocupar já o time da Kabum, apesar de que a gente comentou que eles são time mais late game, só que se continuar nesse
all 3 kills manage the Quats. Cade's carries are in actually a fantastic position right now. Like 5 out of 6 kills have gone to the right people. And the early kill onto Shino actually made his, or I shouldn't say early kill. The kill onto Shino makes his laning a little bit easier too. Gonna deal with here, it's already gonna be tough, so. Zion just wants to chill in lane. Ooh, Chemtech Soul too. For Cade, it's gonna feel really nice if they can get that Soul. Actually for Kaboom too, it's not bad. The shielding from Senna benefits from that. I think for Cade, they should continue just looking for picks with the Xinjiao. I hate reactive, lazy Xinjiaos that don't actively try to make plays. Kaboom's just playing for objectives, so Kaboom probably just sits back. Just keep your lane safe and then play for Herald in 30 seconds. 2k gold down sucks, but it's not unplayable yet. Yeah, it's Malignance or Grafthar. Keep forgetting the build path for Malignance, but it makes sense. You also just want Tibbers as much as possible. There we go. Thank you, Sarolu. Love seeing that. Proactive Xinjiao, just get in there, pop him. Here at 0-3, Kaboom and Shambles. This is time for Kaboom to prove that they've got another carry besides Hirit. Technically, their comp allows for it. It's not like the comp doesn't have other carries.
teve a jogada do greve, continua aqui o time da Kabum preparando pra esse arauto. Mas pra VKS já não é prioridade. Não tá
They recognize that Cerulu's down bot. They even ping him out.
Então eles podem deixar pro time adversário sem grandes
I
problemas.
just don't know if they can do it fast enough. It's Herald's down to half health, but Cerulu's already almost there. Great camera work, by the way. I know I screamed about the first blood and being pulled away, but yeah. The camera work so far this split has been, or this week has been really good. From CD's camera person.
Que não vai o quê, Tabia? Comeu pra caramba, chegou aqui, ó, todo mundo junto. Começa ali o objetivo e o time da Kabum, como você falou,
Here it doesn't have TP either, so
se retirou. Vazou dali, não tinha.
you just sack this. And you lost first breakdown bot, Cerulu gank. And you lose, you've already lost the feats of monster slaying, so K get feats of strength, they get Herald, they get to blow this game open. They're not answering Shino, and Shino has Demolish. So Kate should get all 3 turrets. All 3 outer turrets fairly easily. 30 seconds on drag. If Shino doesn't have like enough gold to build something, I'd have loved to see Shino send the top side instead, take that top lane turret. He's got TP to rejoin his team on the bot side. He can TP into mid, drop Herald, and then walk down bot and walk towards drag. It's still 20 seconds on drag spawn.
Os objetivos que tem quando você tá atrás, você tem que só entregar, você tem que givar, não tem muito que você faça. Se a Kabum for lutar por esse dragão, pode tomar mais um revés, pode tomar mais desvantagem de ouro na cabeça e vai ficando um jogo impossível de você virar. Jogada
Wish trying to return the favor of the gank bot.
tanta ameaça pra cima dele. E a Kabum, entretanto, tá com
Yeah, that showing 2 down bot just allows Kate to kind of walk in there and take control. Big charge.
perigo muito grande. Eles estão atrás na composição, atrás no tempo do jogo. O Giggs
Okay.
vai avançando ali, tenta dar caro, e vai pra cima.
I don't know how I feel about this early. Your team's not with you. Okay, really nice crescent guard onto a clone. Okay, I didn't catch the clone either, my bad. That's big that ult's down though.
Mas enquanto isso vai cair a rota do meio, o time da VKS
This could have been 2 turrets if Shino was willing to sacrifice TP. I don't know what if there's an advantage holding TP really at this point. I mean, he can still get it after. Here we go. Okay, Graftar with the wraparound. Was kind of nice, and they've already killed Quads and Secure Dragon. The hell is Kissy? Oh, Kissy's dead in there. Okay. Yeah, really messy fight. Sorry, I'm going to slow this one down and rewind it because I'm kind of lost about what the hell happened there. I know they'll replay it later, but I want to see this setup. Okay, so the problem is Kissy decided to leave the fight. He has Curtain Call available, so that's where he feels confident. This was good. The initiate was really, really good. We get Scammer at the knock-up. Pulled up with Shino. Stop a 1 slot. Dudu gets a great flash over the wall. And where's everybody? Kissy's in the back. Greftar's looking for the flank. Where the hell is Squats? Squats is on the dragon. And gets knocked up by everyone and their mothers. Like, Giggs gets the knock up. Here it gets the knock up. Dawning Shadow comes across. Yeah, Quats gets melted. It's really funny to me, too, that Greftar ran around the side and just flashed in the fight and ignored Kissy. But here we are. Cerulu is distracted with the fight, doesn't get the smite off. Okay, at this point, everybody's like balls deep in this fight. I'm trying to figure out who's who. Where is... Okay, so all 3 are stacked, that's why. Ah, they stacked. They're trying to chase and get the kill on Greftar. I think that's actually the mistake there. They grouped up and they stacked and just gave Harriet free fight. Yeah, that's really huge for Kaboom. Okay, I skipped over the fight. I already replayed it. Yeah, Wiz gets most of those kills as well. 4-0 and 2 right now. Okay, well, we want to see another carry. I'm going to be honest, in that fight, I don't feel like we saw another carry yet. It was still Harriet getting, you know, sweet spots, clumped up opponents. Again, Greftar's doing a fantastic job, though. He's just not set up to be the carry this game. And he kind of carried the fight just by more global taunting the entire enemy team somehow. And they all clumped up trying to chase him into the Dragon Pit. Yeah, kids still have a 2k gold lead. They're still fine. And they get the catch onto Dudu. Sorry, that was fast. The hell? Oh, Scamber. Nice. Oh, it's beautiful from Scamber. Shino just face plants into the wall there. Freaking. Gino. What a waste of an ultimate. Oh well, it's fine. And Quats is going to get the gold for taking this turret. That's fine. That's good. Global gold. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, as expected, Cage is playing the map better. This game, honestly, actually, their macro has been good. Not a lot of complaints to be had. Sarulu's been having that early pressure you want to see. His lanes have been rotating well. They're covering all the lanes. They're not taking much chip damage on the turrets whatsoever. Kaboom's macro is kind of what we expected. Ooga Booga, group up, team fight. Okay, to be fair, I make them sound like really basic. Their comp kind of, that's what their comp wants. Their comp is not going to try and do like finesse the lanes or anything. Aatrox is not that amazing a split pusher. He can because he's strong, but it's not like his natural habitat. It's not a Fiora, it's not a Camille. It's not a Yorick. The lane shots have been fine for Kaboom, so. But this is where they kind of need to strut their stuff, is around team fights. Drag time at 1 minute 13. Oh, don't get picked again, please. Okay. They're zoning here decently, but Quats is in a really awkward position again. I feel like we've seen this from Quats a bit too many times. This is VKS Quats, for better or for worse. On Pain, I don't think he gets caught like that, but on Pain, he wouldn't be the first one in anyways. Oh, this is ambitious from Kaboom. They're going to throw if they start up Atacon. Oof. Yeah, Greft Archer. Mid laners, what are we doing? Oh, Kissy's running for the hills. Does he have flash? He has flash. He'll be fine. Oh, Dudu almost died. Wait, the TP out from Greftar? That's bold. That's actually really, really funny. Okay, Dudu dies. And Kissy might find Greftar as well. He's hunting. If you look at the minimap, he's chasing them down. Kaboom massively overchased. This is a fiesta part of the game. Kaboom, why did we turn off our brains? Holy crap. Yeah, I'll wait for the replay, but I really want to catch how that started too, which means like watching how the Atacon got started. Because I really firmly do believe the throw on this is when Kaboom decides to go for Atacon. That's where they threw. Okay, they get out. So the fight itself is actually pretty damn even. Oh, nice. Big blast gun. Gino baiting with his body. Let's go. There we go. That's the bait we're talking about. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Wiz can't deal with the tank, and then Sarula flashing to secure that into objective. Very nice. Okay. Surely now they show us the replay, because I need to question this. So the big reason why I say like, they're trolling with Atacon is that you're going to get shredded. You aren't really actually that strong. Like, great, you picked the Aurora, but Quats already did his damage. And then Greftar is like split. So the replay is not... I kind of see how Greftar ended up where he did. Because Greftar low-key cost them everything. Right? Like, he's kind of dead, and they're on a mission to try and salvage him. They're so incredibly split because they were walking out that way, and to get to Greftar, they're split all sorts of different ways. It's nutty. And then Kaboom makes another mistake in trying to split again. Like, Dudu's going for this. Giggs and Hertz are trying to save Private Greftar. You've got Wiz, who, by the way, was still, like, dicking around Atacon. So they got split 3 ways. Greftar didn't need Giggs and Hertz here. So now you've got Giggs and Herod stuck in there. You've got Kissy, who just wrecked it Dudu in the 1v1. Because, again, lethality versus skilling. It's going to happen. Oh, that flash forward was nice. Yeah, it's just really decision-making from Kaboom. Very split decision-making from Kaboom. Chino is just teleporting in. He's taking shots to the back. He does not care. Man, I was going to say built like a tank. He is straight up the tank. And he's just buying time. Oh, Wiz, okay. Quats is a much better target. Scamber has Unbreakable. It's fine. Yeah, this is a 4v5. Sarulu is just not here right now. And Kaboom can't do anything, so it's okay. Oh, hold up. Wiz finds Quats. Quats has gone picked 3 times in a row now. This is not okay. Quats is actually costing Kate the game right now. Like, the retreat was in good order. Shino whiffs! In the tightest of corridors, Shino could not find the engine. Oh my goodness, Kate. Okay. Kaboom have been gifted Hatakan. It is a comedy of errors. We went from good, solid play from Cade to we've just gone ooga booga for both sides now. I don't know. Props to Wiz. Wiz was a bright spot in that comedy of errors. 7-0-4. Man, is you regret now, Loud, not having Wiz anymore? Do you regret that you went Shinny over Wiz and then had Shinny dropped because Root can't operate with him? This Wukong could have been in your team. Okay, but also they got Griffin, so I'm actually not salty about it. I think Griffin's a really good player. Maybe it's the thing that had to happen for Loud to get the best outcome. They had to give up Wiz to get Griffin. Yeah. We're back to live. Yeah, the game's got disgustingly even because Cade just kind of threw it. And it's the micro. They're just making really bad mechanical mistakes. And Quats, I don't know what's going on with Quats on this Aurora. He needs to not get picked. Like, if he doesn't get picked, this game would be heavily Cade favored. But he got picked twice in a row now. And it's cost them a lot. Like, where once they could have just brute forced the objectives, now they cannot. And Kaboom has a better team fighting squad, so. Not to mention Dudu's just scaling to infinity and beyond. As much damage as Kissy has been doing, and will still be able to continue doing against a team with no true armor building player, Dudu is going to become absolutely obnoxious if you just keep giving time. 82 stacks at 27 feels a bit slow. Not gonna lie. Okay, Shino. Okay. Very good fighting retreat from Cade. I don't even blame Shino for missing that, by the way, because that's open ground. It's really hard to try and catch targets in there. Everybody just dashes out, and it's fine. That's not on Shino. I don't know who Sangue Roxo is, but obviously a Cade Stars fan, wanting them to go 3-0 on the week. I still think Cade should win from this game state. Like, if they don't make mistakes. Baron could be a mistake though. They are getting shredded. I mean, they have the tanks to start it, but okay, Giggs is getting melted. Oh no! Wait, that's really. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, that's really bad. Giving here. Sorry, I want to see who hit the damn blast cone, because that literally decided that fight. If it's Hirit, he's genius. It's Hirit. Hirit's a genius. Holy crap. Yeah, that blast cone put Hirit right into the back line. That is gorgeous. Yeah, he got both Quats and Kissy. Like, that was not Quats mispositioning this time. That was Hirit using the blast cone to get in position. Holy crap. It's still Hirit gaming. Always has been. Look at that damage. Man was down 0-3, and now he's doing the most damage in this fight by a metric mile. Holy crap. 1-3, guys. He just got his first kill in that fight. Oh my goodness. Bonk. 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 Okay. Cade was actually not in a bad position by any means. Starting up the Baron was not ideal, but it wasn't terrible either. Like, I don't think that was like a throw game position. Like, if they can just find the engage with Shino forcing it, you know, and Kissy just wrecking their front line, because their front line's not that tanky, they could have absolutely won. They were still favored. But yeah, Harriet just finding the backline like that, it was just game over. It's doubly worse because Quats and Kissy can't really do anything while they're running. Like, they have to focus on trying to survive. So they're not doing damage, and they got slaughtered. And so, like, the rest of Kaboom just gets to roll over with all their members up. That's crazy. Okay, that might have just cost Kate the entire game. Or I say cost them the entire game. Scratch that. It wasn't Kate's fault. That might just be game because of what Harriet managed to do there. Freaking Harriet Gaming. Okay, can Kaboom close out though? That's kind of the $1 million question. They should be. I think to give them credit, well, they did lose to Rise yesterday because they just kept running their head into a wall. When they're ahead, I do think they know actually how to leverage their strengths. Like, running your head into a wall works when your head is harder than the wall. So.
Foi 6 mil de ouro, né, de virada aí que o time da Kabum conseguiu. E até
they've got Baron. They can find this. They can still push this in. This would be a lot easier if they had more stacks on Senna. And Plascons are making this game kind of wonky. We are not really pushing in, and we're taking our time. Taking objectives instead. Oh, they did lose Growth Tower because Growth Tower doesn't have Baron buff. Never mind. It wasn't a clean sweep. Like, please take this outer turret. If you can't even crack an outer with a Baron, it feels so incredibly bad. Oh, good block from Giggs. Nice. I actually really like that, keeping the Sage minion. Forcing Sheena to have to walk up.
time da Cade vai recuando, eles vão abrir mão dessa torre, não tinha como defender o ataque que a Kabum estava armando pelos dois lados. Agora a Kabum parece que vai dando aquela recuada marota.
Okay, they do at least get that, but they only get an outer with the Baron buff. Like, Kaboom is unfortunately, yeah. They're skilling, but they're skilling damn slow.
Então dá mais uma segurada, né, nessa que foi uma das condições importantes do jogo do time da VKS.
Oh.
E agora é um reset, a gente não tem um próximo objetivo tão perto, né? Ainda 2 minutos para os
Nice.
E agora é organizar
Well played from Graftar. I mean, technically Shino's also scaling to infinity, but damage always scales harder than defensive stats. It's just a function of the game. I mean, that's why we have like percentage-based armor pen and percentage-based magic pen, right, for scaling. So no matter how much health you have, damage technically still scales. Ooh. Do they have healing cut? Yeah, Cerulu does. He's got the execution calling, so he's the one who's applying it. Kind of important against Turret. Actually, probably the right person too. Cerulu's only died once this game, surprisingly. I thought being frontline he'd have melted more, but yeah. Kaboom's target selection has been on point in terms of finding the carries and ignoring the tanks. What are we donning shadows for? Was that just for vision? Like, what? Maybe it was a misclick. That was a weird scenario.
Acredito que essa foi ali a estratégia do Dudu. E a gente vai ter momento muito importante agora, que vai basicamente definir o jogo. Dragão, que é a alma, né, a possível alma da VKS, e o Barão vão nascer basicamente ao mesmo tempo. É 10 segundos, 20 segundos de diferença. Então,
wow, Kaboom is still scared to fight this. They're up 4k gold. And they are still...
Para a equipe da VKS, eles têm até uma certa vantagem porque não precisam brigar por esse próximo dragão. Então, talvez tentar deixar esse dragão para Kabum.
Like, do they just not think they can win the Iran fight into Sion?
Eles têm, na minha opinião, essa
like, kind of low-key understandable, but also...
E veremos o que eles vão fazer agora porque a Kabum tá com muita sede.
Well, skilling's in their favor with Senna, so I guess they can afford to take it slow. My biggest concern with Kaboom when they're taking it slow is just that Cade starts like pick up the tempo again, and to be like, it does feel like Cade has been by and large controlling this game. So, and Kaboom finds themselves behind enemy lines. That is odd, weird, and a problem. No, it's not a problem. Yeah, it is very much not a problem. Okay. Oh, the perma slow. 2 for 1 at the end of the day. Not as bad as I feared for Cade when the fight started turning. But it's interesting to note that that situation was really weird. Cade was pushing up, and I think they were trying to force the fight. Like, they're not trying to cheese this. They are brute forcing the fight. They want the fight. They want the action. Kaboom kind of let it happen. But Kaboom feels like... This is why I say Kaboom can be more proactive. They actually win this fight. Oof. Yeah, KC's still able to get a lot of damage done. Yeah. I don't know. Weird. But hopefully that kind of wakes Kaboom up a little bit and reminds him that, hey, we are actually strong enough. We are the stronger side right now. We do win the team fight. Team fights are in our favor. Kaboom has no clue. Oh my goodness. Kaboom has no clue. Gigs missed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe mine eyes. Freaking Kaboom, man. We are ooga boogaing this on Kaboom's side. It's so... I'm getting so frustrated watching Kaboom. This is a... Last split, Kaboom was like a full-on, like, you know, former CBLOL Tier 1 team. This split, they still got Hirit, Wiz, Greftar, Gigs, like all from Tier 1. Dudu's newer, sure, but that, like, Dudu's not the one shot calling. Whoever's shot calling on Kaboom, like, it's just a nightmare fuel for me as a color crosser watching this. Like, you don't know when you're ahead and you're not pressuring your advantages. Like, you don't seem to recognize, like... Like, if you're that scared of VKS in a fight, they can probably take Baron fairly decently fast at 35 minutes. And they just completely let that go. And Geeks didn't even get the right angle, so they didn't even see the Baron being taken. If you were good at Dawning Shadows for Vision, Dudu, that's when you do it. Yeah, whatever. Does this change things? Honestly, not really for Kaboom. It just means the game's going to take even longer, which is a little bit of where my frustration is coming from. It's because we're extending the game for no reason. On the side of Kaboom. Okay. Dudu low-key deserved to die there. I actually thought, like, when I saw Hirit dash away, I was like, oh, Hirit's just cutting losses at this point. They're saying screw Dudu, but good flash from Dudu gets him out. Is it good? No, but is it going to matter? No.
E vem chegando agora, né? Com o bônus do Barão, vai cair essa T2 no top, o Grevitar vai ter que voltar, ganhou muito espaço de mapa.
Okay, Cade get a turret, that's good for them. Again, the problem for Cade is just that the skill, the infinite skilling of Senna just makes long games not really favorable. Oh, what is this flank from Greftar? Can Kissy get away? I think Kissy gets away. 3, 4, he's out! That was a close one. If Gigs got the angle a little bit off, the story of Gigs' game, just a bit off. He's a bit off for the Scryers. He's a bit off for that Frostbite. Winter's Bite. Guess he gets away alive. Baron's gonna time out, and then we're right back to where we were, waiting for objectives. And it's only a Chemtech Soul. I don't think Chemtech Soul is going to decide this game. Very, very, very slow game. We are maxing everything out.
Tá aí, ó, o que você fica trazendo a onda de minions, o Greve tá por ali. O flash dele vai voltar agora.
I guess like micro mistakes to me are a lot more acceptable than macro mistakes. So there, that was just coming to mind. It's like I know I'm being very harsh on Kaboom, and I'm trying to think like, am I being unfairly harsh? Like, did Cade throw? And they kind of did throw the early lead, but it's like from more mechanical mistakes, and I think mechanics, like micro mistakes to me are a little bit more acceptable because like it's harder to practice that in the heat of the moment. Like, how often does that situation come about? And also, to give props, I think Kaboom has been piloting the fights really well in general, so... Yeah, whereas like a lot of macro decision-making mistakes are things that... It's just like you didn't think.
deixou ali um anjo guardião, desistiu, recomprou. Vamos ver qual que vai ser esse quinto item do Jin.
Okay, 30 seconds. Let's see how they do this. How does Cade win a fight right now? I think he'd have a lot of problems, because normally with a comp like this, you kind of wait for the Aurora to try and find like a pick, but you don't have anybody else to facilitate the pick, and if Quad shows up next to Grafthar or Dudu, I don't think you have enough to burst them down. And even worse, I think you get burst down by the Senna Annie at this point. So this Aurora pick is struggling to find use, basically. I mean, 3, 5, and 3 I think tells the story. There's a reason why the KP is so low. Current call opening up is not ideal, and they didn't immediately follow up on it, so the damage is negligible. The utility was not there. Here it's looking for flank. Graftar's looking for flank. Here it's already there. I mean, Quats at least find some utility by getting the dragon, but they're going to lose this fight. Yeah, Here's just going to run. He's in the backline already. He does not care. The amount of time it takes them to kill Hirit just means that everybody else dies instead. Did you cancel an auto attack or? Ooh. It's a 3 for 2. It's not terrible. Good try from Shino. I respect the turnaround decimating. Shino. Looked like he was trying to try and flash over the wall. He didn't have flash. He already used it. Okay. Yep. I mean, again, good secure from Quads onto the Dragon, but that's, as an Aurora at this stage in the game, against this composition, that's all you can do. Great PvE. Congrats. We're also late enough in the game that the deaths should also mean that Kaboom get Baron for free, uncontested. If Kate starts show up without Shino, they get melted. Scamber still is unbreakable, so maybe Scamber could lead the charge, but yeah, Scamber's going home. He doesn't want to die for no reason. Understandable. Yeah. This Baron should be the nail in the coffin. And it's been a coffin long prepared. Kaboom booked that in advance, had time to polish it off, pat it out, engrave it with Cade Academy's name. And now it's time to put that body in the damn coffin. Shino's so tanky, his shield's not going down. But he has no threat, so they're just ignoring him. Sarolu's not that tanky, he dies. Bye, Sarolu. And with Sarolu's death, Kaboom just has numbers advantage and Baron, and they walk in and they brute force this. MVP for me this game is kind of really split. Geeks has a disgusting KP. Like 03 and 20 is absolutely nutty. I think he has the highest KP. Yeah, he has the highest KP. I can see a case for that, but I'm going to be honest, I don't think Geek's performance was that nutty. To me, it's Wiz, Hirit, or Grafthar. It's the top side of this map that really stole my attention. Part of me still feels like this is Hirit gaming. If Hirit didn't find that backline, they don't win this fight. But Wiz, I think, has some massive engages. I think I give it to Wiz personally. Yeah, Hirit's still zoning on the side. Dudu just gets the free fire. Kissy's trying his damnedest. To be fair to this game, I think this is the best performance I've seen from Kissy this week. Like he is actually the true hard carry for Cade Stars Academy this game. It just did not matter. It's really unfortunate that the game I think that Kissy performed best in is the game they actually lost. Also, props to Gruntar. Gruntar's casting, they're trying to extend these end of game calls is tough, and him and Chevy are really good at that. Their lung capacity, A++, props. Okay. Congrats to Kaboom IDL, they've made it back to the top. Yeah, it's in this meta, frankly, Kaboom should be doing better, Low should be doing better, and Flamengo should be doing better. I think it's just really simple, get down back to basics. pick teamfight compositions. That way, even if you go Ooga Booga, like we did see Kaboom do this game, it does not matter. Like you just teamfight. Your hands are there. You know what you need to do in a scrap. That's good enough to kind of carry the game. Honorable mentions to Shino on the side of Cade Academy. I think Shino did a fantastic job on the Scion, honestly speaking, considering the position they were in. So,
time da Cabum acabou não vendo, mas eles já estavam à frente o suficiente para isso também não importar tanto. A gente vai revendo agora a partida, né? Desde o começo.
The replay package on this is probably going to be huge because the game went so damn long. Actually, did it? Is it the longest game we've had to split? Let me just double check. 44-15. It is not the longest game. We had a longer game in week 1. Jeez. What's the game time in game 1? 45-14. Corinthians versus Los. I have very mixed feelings, and I'm not sure why that game went that long, but yeah. Lunar, you can't believe Flamengo actually won 2 games. You missed it! They just won a game earlier. It was the first game of the day, and they actually looked not bad in the win. But, like I said, they just drafted sort of like a team fight Ooga Booga win, Ooga Booga comp. Just 5v5. Forget macro. I don't think their macro was particularly good. It wasn't bad. It just feels really good for Flamengo because they've been traditionally really bad at macro. Yeah, I think if they just keep picking teamfight compositions, they'll win some of these best of ones. Same with Kaboom. That's all you need to do. That easy. Okay, I am gonna head for a bio break after this. I need to get more water. I also need to start turning on the air conditioning. The heat is starting to actually get down here. But I do want to see their MVP first. Who they give it to. Is it going to be Here It Gaming or is it the Wiz Club? I personally think I would give it to Wiz. But like I said, this package is going to be very, very, very long.
Mas aí é hora que é o LOLzinho da rua, né? Que a execução acaba sendo pouquinho melhor, que tá melhor posicionado. E aí o jogo, ele tem essas viradas, né?
A chamada também, né? Eu sinto que, vendo até pouco da comunicação, né? Que o Cabum DL vai soltando nas redes sociais, o Gravitai é uma pessoa muito ativa, né? Ele traz muito dessa questão da energia pra equipe.
Yeah, only level 14. The support's only level 14. We are not near the end yet.
Cara que vai dar grande setup, acho que dá uma organização também pra casa. Outro cara que apareceu muito nessa partida foi o Wiz, né? Em determinado momento
they actually were. But the support's that low level?
Mas esse Kong sempre à frente, puxando as jogadas, não só nos grand teamfights, mas também nos pick-offs que ele ia aparecendo, né?
Yeah, I just felt inevitable. Also, really, like, Kaboom, the way they're cycling off this fight actually looks really, really good. They're good players. Now they could just get their macro down. This is also what gave me hope last split too, where I was like, oh, Kaboom can bounce back, and then Red and Cade leveled up for sure towards in the playoffs. Like they scaled at the right time. But when they see them fighting like this, it makes me think like maybe they could take Red Academy, like what we're seeing right now. Maybe. Spoiler, they shouldn't be able to, but it gives you hope, you know?
Desse jogo GSCV, eu acho que fica muito ali entre o mid e jungle, foram os caras que puxaram pouco mais a responsabilidade, como a gente leu no draft, mas teve que se destacou mais.
Acho que ficou ali pra selva mesmo, né? O Wiz realmente, em alguns momentos a sensação que eu tinha que ele era
Yeah, they give it to Wiz. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay. Perfect. Now that I've confirmed that, I will go and grab more water. We're back.
O adversário, que foi o que o Wiz conseguiu fazer nessa partida.
Tá aí, então, os coreanos da equipe da Cabum brilhando bastante, foram 2 MVPs por Hirit até aqui, esse é o segundo do Wiz também, que vai crescendo cada vez mais aqui no nosso circuito desafiante, só que agora a gente vira a página, vocês estão vendo aí na telinha, agora é hora de Stellai contra a equipe da Los, outras 2 equipes que estão empatadas também, quem vence agora consegue sair muito bem dessa super semana, e a gente vai descobrir então como é que será depois do intervalo, porque o circuito vai ali, mas volta já já.
Oh, okay. We're back. 2 games left in the Super Week. And we're up with Los versus Stella next. Okay. Los, another another team who doesn't quite perform the way they probably should with the name value on it. They won yesterday though. No, they lost to Red Academy. Sorry, they won on Monday against Mango. That's the one I was thinking. Yeah, Red ran circles around them. Actually, especially in the top lane, Super Clever struggled that match. Weirdly enough, up against Stella, it's gonna be interesting. I don't feel like Stella is the best macro team by a long shot, but they're interesting and they actually try and do things pretty actively. I do think Crosshair, Matsukaze, and Wolves, like the bots have the map for Stella. They do show, I think, quite a lot of understanding of the game, and they kind of know how to move around and make things happen. So. Yeah, the top side Forlin is kind of the big question mark thing. Yeah. Up against Super Clever and Steiner, low key, I feel like as Steiner goes, so goes Los Grandes. Like if Steiner's having a good game, they're gonna win. If he's having a bad game, things get a lot dicier. Because Los Grandes just has problems connecting, I think, is the problem. And that's why Steiner becomes so important. Not because like they don't do anything without Steiner, but like as a team, even if the lanes are doing individually well, it feels like they don't quite connect without Steiner. Sanghyun doesn't roam that much. I don't know. I'm still not sold on Stardust as coach. Los Grandes has not been helping me kind of overcome that thought. So we should see how it goes.
Acho que é isso, né? Sair positivo, sempre maneiro, sempre legal. Bem porque muitas vezes quando tá assim é um jogo de 2 pontos, né? Você ganha, dá aquele passo à frente e joga uma
Okay. Stella Gaming is a mystery apparently. None of them sent in any pictures. Which is a really sad thing when, you know, they're good, a bunch of good looking people.
De tempos antigos, né? A gente tem aí a Los que manteve nessa formação forte.
Yeah, Los on the other hand, you know, they same team as last split, so all the pictures were in last split. Okay, I'm gonna make a bold prediction right now that this game will be decided in a draft. That's gonna be my guess.
O Mineirinho é bom pra caramba, né? Tem que ficar de olho nele. É um mid laner assim sensacional. Vamos ver o que ele consegue.
If Los pick a simple to execute composition, I think they win. Oh, and we are right into it. Hey, I called the swap. Okay, Los have Pantheon. I don't like that for Steiner. He looked... Wait, was he the one who looked really bad on Pantheon? I think so. I think he played yesterday and lost. Sion, Azir, Jin, Rel, that's kind of good. Stella has to hard execute with Forlin on Camille, which is good in Sion. The Vi into Pantheon, which is not bad. Okay. Ooh, Crossdale on a Kali. I mean, Crossdale. He had some schmoves. He has some schmoves. He seems to have regained his hands a little bit. Okay, scoring it. I think Los's comp. Pantheon's very meta. Everything else, you know, very straightforward front to back. It's not a bad composition. It's probably a 4. I'm going to rate it a 3.5 because I do not like Pantheon. I don't think Pantheon's good. I don't think it works in that composition. I think it's very awkward. I'm a dock half a mark for that. So I give them a 3.5. The comp from Stella is not a great composition, to be honest. It's very disparate. Again, not a lot of cohesion. Everybody wants to do different things. I think if I just saw that in a vacuum, I'd give it a 2.5. I'm tempted to give it a 2, but it's fairly meta, so I'll give it a 2.5 because it's just still meta champions across the board. Now the thing is, though, it is very good into the lows. Like individually, it's pretty good into the lows, right? Like Akali is considered a counter to Azir. Camille is considered a counter to to Sion part of me, we've already seen that Senna will eventually outskill the Jhin given enough time. So with all of that, I kind of bumped them up to a 3. I still favor Los's draft, and I think this is pretty close to a simple to execute composition. My original prediction, originally I was gonna say I can predict off the draft, or my guess is that I can predict off the draft. The Pantheon complicates things, because if not for the Pantheon, I think Los win this. With the Pantheon, I am less sure. And it's even worse that it's Steiner. And like I said, I think as Steiner goes, so goes the team, unfortunately. So giving him Pantheon really just makes it hard for me to believe, man. Like a pair next to the candles. I guess they're basing off like offerings. I like that.
É isso, e os dois times já estão se posicionando para esse comecinho de partida. A gente vê que dessa vez, né, um pouquinho mais defensivo. A gente acaba tendo
Okay, again, surprisingly, no level 1 chaos reaction.
Assim, mas os atiradores de novo, Jhin contra a Senna que agora tem um Nautilus aí do lado, talvez uma escolha um pouquinho mais agressiva para ela.
Saudade Fears Draft, pô.
Pois é, ainda não, mas em breve, calma. Essa nossa fase regular aqui de circuito,
Forlin.
vocês vão piscar e ela vai acabar. São apenas
Forlin's been a
4
bit hit or
minutos
miss.
na segunda já. Então, em breve,
Into the
teremos
Sion,
o
too.
Fearless Draft
I do feel like Forlin
de
actually
volta.
needs to be really
Nosso
strong,
querido
so.
campeonato realmente bate um pouco da saudade, né?
Já pensou se fosse
Like
Fears,
his Camille's an
aí
integral
o
part
time que jogasse por
of this comp that they
dentro,
want to win to try and
ia
deal with
jogar
the tank that is Sion.
Eu já ia
Again,
pra
we
essa etapa. Se você já jogou com
did
o campeão, você não
just
vai
see
ter
that Senna struggles to deal with the Sion. You just kind of play around the Sion later on,
Será que
but
todo mundo ia conseguir fazer
tem que
essa
jogar com
proeza?
yeah, Sion versus Senna in these comps just kind of make everything not matter.
É porque o problema é que assim, ó,
Sion can't bust through Senna's shield. Senna has problems busting through Sion's health bar.
Serafine.
Você tem que ver que seu
They just
adversário
don't
também não vai estar
want to
jogando
deal with each other.
Semana 8, você tá de Zillion suporte.
Vambora.
Esse Zillion não traz boas lembranças, né, pra gente aqui.
And Matsukaze on Senna is kind of good too, because I do feel like Matsukaze's CSing was a little bit weak, but on the Senna it's less important. I'm not gonna say it's not important, but not as big a deal. And as we saw, Matsukaze just missed the minion, because they're getting zoned out.
Ele consegue ser bem efetivo por conta do quarto tiro, então a equipe da Luz vai pegar o nível 2 primeiro e terá a vantagem nessa rota inicial.
Vai continuar pressionando, né? Já tá botando uma pressão legal agora. Esse nível 2 pra eles é muito importante.
Okay. It's a little bit concerned when we looked up top and Forlin had already lost like a huge chunk of his health bar and Kleber was very healthy. That is not ideal. Like, yes, Sion wins out early, but Camille wants to be picking up that farm.
Na parte do meio, a tendência também é essa do Azir botar um pouquinho de
Go.
pressão pra cima.
We're just barely catches Junie.
Tem a vantagem do alcance, né? Por mais que nos níveis iniciais o Azir não consiga manter tanto ali os seus soldados, né? Não abuse tanto assim dessa vantagem de range, ele tem uma vantagem já bem dominante contra essa Kali. Vem com essa escolha também de escudo de Dora, né? Bem comum, que vai se curando bastante.
I'm too crazy in the lanes yet. I'm just tracking health bars more than anything else. Yep, they're not trading that heavily. It feels like everybody's just trying to CS right now.
Veio pro engage, mas ele levou a pior, porque a volta da luz foi muito forte.
Tsukade missed a couple of
Lá no
CS there.
topo, você viu o Forlin conseguiu uma
Orlan's eating a
volta, mas
ton of minion damage.
não sai, o
Holy.
bonecão não apanha de ninguém.
Oh no, was
Pegada, o sangue
missing that
tá
hook
no meio,
is
Tsukade, ele vai garantindo
okay.
aquela pressão.
Is really rough.
E aí,
Thankfully,
foi uma
Senna
boa
and she can
jogada,
sustain it back
segurou
up.
um pouquinho a
So,
onda, mas a
but damn, that's
Tsukade
bad.
continua
That's heal and barrier burnt
assim,
from Stella's
pra
bot
essa
lane.
torre, o Matsukasa tá com dificuldade pra farmar. Metade do farm.
If that happens one more
Tá
time,
difícil,
Steener's
né,
looking
pra
for the
ele
dive.
conseguir se impor. Eu entendo a agressividade da equipe da Loz, mas era com a vida que a cena ainda tinha, né? Com a barreira ainda era difícil de ser abatida por ali. Mas agora ele amacia a carne. Lá vem o Steener,
Oh.
passando a visão, mas não tem problema.
Wait,
nenhum.
without that, I don't know if this
Olha
dive
a
works.
dive que a Loz vem trazendo.
Tem uma onda de minions grandes, Sangueon tenta ali tancar, ele é o primeiro engage.
Yeah, I think they went a bit too early on the side of Stella. Like, they need to save all the damage for when they drew Tard aggro. That was good from those. Very patient play. Oh, nice stun. Is it enough to turn? Actually, oh. Oh, let's go. Okay. Natuno looking like good Natuno today. Nice.
3-1 agora no placar. O Jhin
Yeah,
só
Natuno doing well.
balas, mas a quarta bala machuca
That confident
muito,
flash forward
consegue levar essa
to
última
auto dancing
chance.
grenades, guarantee kill.
Grande setup
Okay. That's also key for Los, partially for Steiner. If Steiner ends up losing tempo on that play and not getting anything, then I get worried for Los Grandes. But yeah, no, they accelerate very, very well. Yeah, Matsukaze is struggling. This part, the stun comes down from Oz on Sanghyun really early. And because of that, like, they don't really have the stun to slow down whoever tanks up the initial aggro. The threat of the stun is much bigger than the actual stun itself. Yeah, because again, they know that, hey, I can't be stunned again. I'm good to go on this dive, tank it up. Oof. Yeah, no, that ending was the perfect ending to how that dive started. Yeah, Was has played the early game really badly so far. A little bit surprising. He needs to get his head in the game. Jinting? Nah. Should I think how but Jin carry? Basically, nah. Jin is not inting here. Not yet. Man's popping off.
Eu acho bacana isso, né, das equipes trazerem, por exemplo, o Jin, né, mais uma vez a gente vê o Jin contra a cena do que o Smolder, por exemplo, que ele vai trocar um farm, ele vai escalar bastante também, então vai ficar elas por elas, mas aqui você traz a agressividade.
Mid lane MG's doing pretty comfortably for himself. Actually, no. He's doing well for himself. Azir does win early because range into melee. So if you can set the Akali down that far, that's actually huge. It's kind of a bit of an arms race in the mid lane. Top side, Forlan's doing okay for now. Not too bad. Considering some of the bad trades that happened early for Forlan. This is pretty decent. As the Camellia, kind of just waiting for the Trinity Force to start being a force to be reckoned with. Again, I don't know what we're looking for here on Waz. Like, Matsukaze is losing the 1v1 trade to Netsuno, so Matsukaze is going to be late to back up the Nautilus. And now Waz is playing scared? Okay. Oh, very nice from Sanghyun. Yeah, Los is playing like they're on fire. I mean, the thing here for Stella is that Waz aside, they're not doing too badly. Crossing on Matsukaze's old boomer hands are showing a little bit in the CS numbers, but I mean, it's not terrible. This is the cloth armor ratio. If you see a champion that can build a cloth armor, they counter Jhin. Only Senna doesn't counter Jhin. You know what, Lunar? I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to say that no. Jin's going to win this one. I think Los are going to win this. I don't think Jin's going to get countered by just the cloth armor. I think he's fine. They don't have enough people who want to build more than just the cloth armor. You need a bit more than cloth armor. Like, at least get a little bit of metal in there. Hello, hello, Dark Knight. Welcome, welcome. We are watching Los right now run the early game. Like, run in a good way, not in. Jhin loses. You have seen the future? Okay, you know what? we'll see. We'll see. Incoming pain train! And super clever miss. It's a bit of a whiff. Okay, cross the L. Auto Jhin kind of carrying this fight right now. If that curtain call doesn't open up, that fight goes bad. Jhin doing good. Eating good. Sure, but it's despite Jhin, not because... no. I disagree, Luna. I think that Jin's going to be huge. 3-0-3 right now. Probably highest damage in the game. Would be my guess. The fight starts off a little bit bad for Los. Sanghyun gets caught early. I think Crosstail plays the fight initially really, really well. This is where things get dicey. Crosstail gets in there, it's really good, and then the current call opens up, and that's when they got screwed. The moment the current call began, they got shafted. Senior is kind of nice icing on the cake, but yeah. Senior would have been more helpful if they were able to get on Junie, but Junie's early flash kept her alive, so. Pain Train can't short like.
Pois é, o time da
Dang,
Luz
Navid.
na frente tem uma vantagem de ouro já bem
I've been calling Sion the pain, like his ult, the Pain Train, since well before
Eles estão numa
I started
situação
casting
boa,
LCA South or CP LOL
de um lado
back in the day.
pra escalar, mas do outro lado tem um Azir.
It is unfortunate that it also happens to correspond with Pain.
Muito boa nesse ponto da partida, eu sinto que a Stellar
Yeah, the Sion on several onslaughts today haven't been the most impactful,
mesmo de ser executada.
unfortunately.
Por mais que a gente tenha uma situação que são os mesmos atiradores do jogo passado, a gente tem uma...
It did come up short. If not, Super Clever could have been the main star of that show, but instead, it's the Jhin.
As solos são mais assassinas, né? Tanto a Akali, tudo bem, a Camille vira mais bruiser, mas ela tem que se expor muito, tem que colocar muito a cara, não cura tanto quanto comparado com o jogo passado, né? Aquele Atrox, o controle na selva também do Kong.
2k down at 10 minutes is kind of rough. Not insurmountable. I feel like I say that a lot. Yeah, I sound like a broken record. But yeah, it's not insurmountable, but it's certainly rough. And the bigger problem for me is I'm looking at Stella and I'm not sure where I'm looking at for them to come back in. Like maybe Junie Crossdale, if you can try and shut down MG. I think Crossdale has been doing well. Problem is MG has been doing really well too. Like MG's not putting himself positions where you can gank him and kill him. So something like the mid jungle combo is kind of hard to execute. So maybe you get Crossdale to roam. But if he doesn't get the kill, then the amount the minions he loses when he roams like that just becomes detrimental to him. Yeah, this Camille is well, let's wait for the Trinity Force first. On paper, Camille is one of the answers into Sion. On paper. So far, Forlan hasn't been able to do anything, but yeah, I'm willing to give him to a Trinity Force, because that's usually when Camille starts to win. It might not be it, but let's see how it goes. I don't want to call it too early on that one. I just fear that you might be right, Lunar, on this one. Okay, yeah, I mean, tactical doing work. He stayed on Trinity, it's over. Maybe he has it like he has enough gold for it, just needs to get the back. I suspect he probably has enough gold, just needs to get the back. A little bit behind is fine, right? I mean, Super Clever just built his first item too, so it's not. He does not have enough gold. Okay. Oh. They caught Sanghyun again. This is the second time we've seen Sanghyun get caught. Crossdale gets the kill again. Second time we've seen Crossdale get the kill. I don't know why Steiner was just standing there in the corner. Do you see that? Sorry. I just want to highlight. Look at Steiner. He pops out of the bush and he just stands there. Like, brother? Do we not want Crossdale? Crossdale had no flash. Steiner had flash. Could have been a bit more action there. Actually, did Steiner have flash? Maybe not. I think it just came off cooldown. Interesting. So, yeah, Lunar, I think maybe you're right. Forlan doesn't have Trinity. He sat in the top lane, hasn't backed. Super Clever's walked back into lane. Walked, didn't even use his ult. Not a rel. Pantheon late rotation. Yes, she knows late for drag. Agree. But I think Sanghyun is kind of walking to places without sufficient vision. He did the same thing on the top side earlier. Oh, was not having a good day. Okay. Well, Lowe's did not have a good time that fight. Why did it go so badly for them? Was it the Trinity Force for Forlan? Surely not. Yeah, it just felt like they had no damage. That's really weird from Lowe's. Probably mad his rel died like that. Oh, you're right. No, true. They did have a Grand Starfall. I don't know. I think it was just really weird that Sheena just like, kind of did nothing. Rel is worth less than FTX stock. Feels like it. Sanghyun's really squishy right now. The burst damage that's coming off Stella is ripping him apart. Okay. Nice. Really good patient play. Is it enough? Nope, it is not. Just the Kali things.
boa, porque o time da Stellar tinha 2 jogadores pra protegê-lo por ali. A vida dele
Okay, by the way, Forlan completed Trinity Force right before the fight. I need to see Forlan start winning this matchup against Super Clever. He is not winning the fight the matchup against Super Clever. This is very bad.
Ela sai andando, ou podia sair com flash. Se você fica meio pra frente, você dá o pezinho ali, né?
If not for the fact that Super Clever has no mana there, I actually think Forlan's in trouble. But pick the Camille, not the Akali. OMKL? What is OMKL? I'm not familiar with that one. Okay. Does Crosstail get away again? I think he does. It does not matter. Yeah. Low-key annoyed that Jin is not getting into this action here. Come on, Natuno. Make your Jin look good. Oh, Junie got melted. Oh, hey, Natuno actually did snipe the kill. Never mind. Oh, he got interrupted by Matsukaze. Okay. Oh, did he just choose to walk away? I don't know. For Stella, Wi-Fi there, I think they felt like they were stronger and that Junie might be able to get the pick. Actually, I think Sanghyun got the pick and then Junie thought they could maybe fight, but yeah. The global pressure from Los makes the ganks kind of tough actually to try and fight. They've got, what, 2.5 globals? Sion and Pantheon are pretty much globals, and then Jin's like, not quite a global, but a pseudo-global with the range. They're setting up, it wasn't 5v5, not 3, it wasn't a fight attempt, they were trying to get vision. Yeah, but they did opt to kind of stick around and actually go for the fight when it started. Like I said, I think Sanghyun was the one who actually pulled the trigger, but yeah, I don't know. Well, Stella knows now that they should not be fighting at all. They need to just kind of sit back and scale. They need to just go for picks. The vision line's pretty defensive for Stella. I think they realize that they've just got to... Los is invading Burma, so just wait till they invade, play with your vision setup, and then try and do something with that.
Ponto que eu acho muito importante é que dos trunfos da SLI tá indo muito bem, que é o Forlin, essa Camille, né?
Grand Star falls back up, Curtain Call's almost back up, Unstoppable is available. Don't really gotta make plays.
Eu diria que a Camille tem free scaling, né? Que não vai ser, não tem,
The one I feel really bad for Stella actually is Junie, because when you're behind, this Vi can't do anything. But you kind of still need to be proactive, but you can't even be proactive.
Essa é uma Camille que já tem uma trindade fechada.
Let's see if Junie can actually try and find a pick here.
Vantagem de ouro também é a única da sua equipe que tem uma vantagem no rota-rota e é uma campeã muito importante para conseguir alcançar a backline junto ali com a Junie, junto com o Crashiel. Então veremos.
If Crosstail has enough damage, maybe you could go for the pick on MG. If not, it's pretty much just Natuno. Super Clever is getting too tanky, I think, to actually get the kill unless he's half health to start.
Pode lutar com tanta alma, mas a cura ainda ajuda muito, né? A utilidade da cena ainda cresce muito durante as lutas, conseguiu fechar já o seu primeiro item.
Okay, I like this from Los. Fast rotates.
Tanto focada como também eliminada.
Meu Deus, foi engajado Crashiel. A torre caiu, mas a chegada da Junie é boa. Ultimate da MG ali pra travar o time da
Can they kill MG? Ooh, it's 2 for 2 already. Yeah, you see, that's exactly why I didn't think MG was the right pick to go for. It's really tough. Wait, it wasn't a 2 for 2, sorry, it was 3 for 1. Dang. Yeah, the amount of dogpile they can get in, it's just too fast. And MG has a shield, he's got a bit of health, like he'll go down, but it's just how fast can you do it?
Foi uma SLI que focou muito bem o MG, a gente vai ver agora no replay como tudo isso começou. O Crashiel tava pra trás da sua torre, mas foi surpreendido, como bem o GSCV falou. E foi abatido, mas aqui ó, chegada da Junie, o Crashiel ainda consegue se reposicionar com o ultimate.
That Magnet Storm was really awkward from Sanghyun. I don't know if he got pulled back or something, but yeah, that's kind of awkward. See, the Jin's doing things, Lunar. It's actually really impactful. If it's not Jin there, Los lose that fight. Or it actually, yeah, I don't think they lose it. I think it goes even at that point, but yeah, because Jin's there, it's a 3-1 instead of a 2-2. The range on him and the damage on him is nutty. Los dies there. I mean, it's a good attempt for the hook to try and stop it, but you just are not allowed to do that as an Nautilus right now when you're behind. Same thing with Sanghyun. Sanghyun doesn't get to do that either. The support just need to play more carefully. Did Crosshair miss the ult, or did he just doesn't do enough damage right now? Like Crosshair has enough damage to kill one person, but also the fight started with Crosshair getting hit by the stun, and everybody dogpiling in. So he just didn't have enough time to get multiple rotations off the 5-point shuriken off. Okay. Oh, great flash from MG. MG not just instantly melting is actually illegal. He bought so much time with that flash. It's crazy. And then now, Netuno, can he carry the rest of the fight? Super Clever just running them down. Senior's thinking about it. Okay. 2 for 1. Kind of a win for Stella, but this comes off Los really focusing on the dragon, right? Like they want to stack that soul point. So I think Los is okay with this trade happening. Stella will just have to be happy with what they got. They got gold. They shrank the gold gap. Just take it. Did Forlin get the kill? I think he did, right? Yeah. I think Forlin needs to come online. He needs to carry the weight. Because if Forlin becomes a threat, Crossdale gets much more space to play in. It's not just a simple like, oh, Forlin's getting stronger, but it just unlocks Crossdale so much better. Like Crossdale getting kills just means he assassinates faster. But MG, that early flash bought so much time while they were split. It could have gone a lot worse for Los. If Stella could collapse faster, they could maybe find Los in the pit, and then Netuno probably dies too. But Netuno is making a really good case that maybe he is the best AD carry here, and maybe he is better than Cello. I don't know. I still like Cello better, but at least this week, Netuno has been... It's just been all heads. He's been a really safe bet.
Atenção aqui uma coisa, viu? Os dois carries da Los estão sem flash. Tanto a Zir como também o Jhin. A Senna tem. E é uma luta que talvez a Stellar não vai ter muita opção. Se não comprar, né? Se começar a pintar a luta ali pelo Atacan, pode ser a vantagem aí pra eles. O que eles precisam pra conseguir.
Is it any other champion you put some faith in Los? Really? I don't know. Why the Jhin hate, Dark Knight? Like, I get it with Lunar at least. It's irrational hate. We've been over that. But A2, Dark Knight? Like, if that's a misfortune, would you trust it more? I think I trust Jhin more than I do misfortune. Sometimes all you need is one, Dark Knight. You don't even need all 4.
O Pop Caxiel também no jogo, cara. Ele morreu 4 vezes ali, mas ele matou 5. Tá na vantagem.
I mean, he's got 4 bullets, but he's also got the highest KP and... Well, KP tied with Sanghyun and highest KD on his team right now. Most kills. So those 4 bullets be doing work. That's all I'm saying. Well, we are hunting Crossdale again. Okay, it actually works. They kill... Never mind. I take that back. I take it back. At this point, you prefer him? Why? That was good from Netuno. The deadly flourish was good. And look, he gets another kill on Forlin. I don't know why. Okay, wait, hold on. When did Forlin TP? Because is that Inting? That's Inting. That TP was really bad from Forlin. Like you kind of knew that Crossdale was dead to rights at that point when the TP started. And that's going to cost you Atakan. Forlin's out of his mind. Yeah, Forlin has not had a good week, unfortunately. He has looked like the weakest link on this team. Was today had a really bad game. Like his Nautilus today has been kind of bad. But the like Monday, Tuesday was fine. And then Forlin had... Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to pause that. Forlin had a bad Monday on the Jax game where he just kept feeding. Then yesterday he looked okay. What did I just do? Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I'm missing the buttons. I was just trying to like slow the game back down.
mapa. Às vezes você não espera, você acha que tá ali tranquilo, mas o Pantheon sempre pode surpreender, ele sempre pode atacar numa parte e de repente aparecer em outra por conta da facilidade, da globalidade da sua ultimate. Assim fez a equipe da Luz, tem um mapa agora aberto pra fazer o próximo dragão, que é a alma, a possível alma deles.
Daqui a 30 segundinhos, então. Vai
Yeah, 5k gold difference at 24 minutes. With Hextech Soul coming up. Yeah, this is GG. I think Los just... If Los win the fight and get Hextech Soul, it's game. Waiting for Senna to show up in another fight. Matsukaze can't do anything. He's 58 souls at 24 minutes. Like, it's bad. He is not relevant this game. Like, if he shows up, Natuno just eats him for lunch.
O Oz tá ali, tentando fazer uma linha de frente, ganhar um pouco de visão, mesma coisa a Juni. O problema é que o Oz já tem que usar o flash pra se reposicionar, perde aí uma ferramenta importante.
Okay. Current call not quite enough to finish that off. Missed the bullets.
O grande lance é que a Stellai continua muito longe, continua sem visão e o dragão é iniciado.
Okay, Waz is with the heal early, and Waz is caught again.
Eles vieram de novo, lá atrás pra cima do Netuno.
Yo, okay, Juni, I see you. But so does Los. Oh, MG! Yo, MG's Emperor's Divide literally just saved that fight. Okay, it's doomed. Stella went for the Hail Mary, it did not work. That's game.
Protegeram a backline aí no segundo tempo, vão brigar contra o time da Stellai. O caçador não tá vivo, mas como que rouba, como que chega pra tentar contestar o dragão, não tem jeito, é a alma da luz.
Yep, okay, that's Hextech Soul, that's some more kills, that's some more gold advantage. It's just doomed. Juni trying so hard. Yeah, she is. It's just really tough for her against this composition. If you didn't get rolling early, like, where do you go? Who do you gank? They have too many globals, so they're always gonna have numbers advantage. Like, you need Waz to roam with you, I guess, so that you at least have a numbers advantage somewhere to try and play off of, but that didn't happen, so... Yeah, I do put a lot of blame on Waz this game. Waz and Forlin. MG's not even losing the fight! See, all the globals are coming through. TP, Grand Starfall. And now Crosstail can't even find the kill. You got CC... You know, Crosstail couldn't even use perfect execution. Like, I think he only used R1. He didn't even get R2 off. The CC chain was just too big. Stella was done. Yeah, mental boomed. As much as I want to say that, oh, I knew this was over in draft, it's kind of not just a draft issue. It's Steiner playing well on the Pantheon. Have the grace knowledge that at least Jin was relevant. Not in that fight, yeah, but like this game, it's not despite the Jin. Jin helped. Jin did a lot. Jin did worse this game. Look at the damage after. I'm pretty sure Jin's gonna top it. I might be wrong. MG might top it actually, but because MG keeps getting these tough situations where he has to pump out a lot of damage and he's alone. But I think Netuno has high damage, I suspect. MVP though, I think is a much harder call for me. Like, Steiner, MG, or Netuno for MVP for me. Either of those three is fine. Gun to my head, I'd probably say MG, I think. Because I think some of the things MG has managed to do is absolutely insane. But I also don't know how much of that's because I don't want to like look super biased saying Netuno. Netuno did incredible. Phenomenal this game. GG's, Panther 0, yeah.
A situação é muito complicada para Stellai.
Porque a gente estava falando, né, talvez a Camille junto com a Kara.
My guess is that they will say Jin for the broadcast. But yeah, I think I give mine to MG.
Muito difícil, mas a equipe da Luz vai partindo para cima, eles sim estão
Deadly Flourish misses. It doesn't matter. Just brute force this. Los handicapped themselves to Jin and still win. Again, I don't think it was a handicap this game. I think Jin did a lot. We'll check the damage after. Holy. It's a slaughter. Yeah, this is just crossing your T's, dotting your I's. Dotting your I's, crossing your T's? Whichever way that goes. It's just finishing off.
Pra poder matar o jogo, não tem mais nada que possa fazer, as torres vão cair em sequência. A galera da Lourdes
24, yeah. MG didn't get 100% KP, Sag. Actually, nobody has 100% KP, but yeah. Wasn't the highest KP. He was in competition till the end there. Okay, yeah, it really does feel like just drop yourself simple compositions and Los, Flamengo, and Kaboom, like, y'all can win. Just don't play cute. Don't make things overcomplicated. Yeah, that one I won't argue with you, Lunar. You were right. The Camille, Forlan's Camille was not it. If you give that to Gigo, I still think Camille is the right answer into Sion. Or not say right. It is one of the answers into Sion. Because at least you can scale, but yeah, Forlan did not look comfortable on it. He really struggled. Wow, I was so wrong. Netuno was not even close to most damage. Holy crap. Okay. Never mind. I thought he looked pretty good, but yeah, he's not even close to max damage. That was Pantheon of Zero, way more damage. The problem was between the chair and the keyboard, not Camille. Yes, Dark Knight. That is that's one way to put it. Okay. Nevertheless, I still don't think Jin was a problem this game. I thought Jin was he did more than his job. Netuno still played well, even if he didn't do the most damage. I'm actually surprised how much damage Steiner did. Like I said, I thought maybe MG might have outdamaged, but Steiner did a lot. Jin is Lisa's, all he does is last it. No, it's for the global in this game, he had so much global pressure. Like, this fight does not go as well if you have an AD carry who can't contribute to the fight. There's a couple of these fights where, like, if not for the fact that Netuno has so much range that he can kind of do stuff, they don't win that fight. Maybe they trade even, but they don't win it. And again, he's still doing damage. The cloth armor is not just negating a Jin just like that. He still did way more than Matsukaze. Wait, did he do more than Matsukaze? He did more than Matsukaze. Did he do way more? I actually don't remember. Yeah, he did. He doubled Matsukaze's numbers. Okay. Yeah, that's true. But that to me is more like Shino doing just way more damage than I expected him to. Actually, not Shino. Super clever. Shino was last game. Yeah, that mixed up in my head. I mean, they all did pretty high damage. It's not like he didn't do damage. It's just that other people out-damaged him.
Como ele tem os timings muito bem definidos, né? Primeiro consegue causar dano, não gasta ultimate ainda. Quando vem o grande potencial da SLA, ele usa os seus zones, sai com flash, chega...
Well, we'll see who the MVP. Like I said, I suspect... I was thinking Netuno, but now that MG actually outdamaged him, maybe MG. I think Steiner deserves a good shout, especially the recovery. 18k, they could have picked Yumi and gotten that. Yes, they could have picked Yumi and gotten that, but they couldn't have picked like a Lulu. Yumi does a lot of damage. We've seen that time and time and time again. Yumi does disgusting amounts of damage.
É time muito bom para ficar ligado, porque se ele conseguir encaixar, se
ele
conseguir clicar, vai dar trabalho pra galera.
É isso, já estão dando bastante trabalho, né? Então consegue a sua terceira vitória aqui no circuito.
Like, if you pick Callisto, you might not have had that much damage. If you're randomly cherry picking champions, at least I picked an AD carry. Okay. Today's games are not bad, though. I don't feel like they were like one-sided beatdowns. Like, teams... The more one-sided games, I think, are more just teams not executing or performing. Sick. I call it. Yep, Netuno. Like I said, man, they gave it to Netuno. His deathless game calls to them, and he had very high KP. I noticed that CD this split seems to favor kill participation a lot. Kill participation and then KDA. seems to be how they pick.
Principalmente também o Schiner, acho que ele fez bom jogo,
Yeah.
mas era campeão.
MG and Sheener low-key got robbed.
Conseguiu executar bem.
É isso, né? Então,
I'm willing to admit that yes, Natuno was not the Jin was not the biggest thing that game. I'm willing to admit that. Okay, but we are going to the last game, which is your A7 Lunar against Corinthians. I like the Corinthians roster a lot. It's the old Stella roster. Actually, Lunar, you were a Stella supporter last split. It's your old favorites against your new favorites. But the Corinthians have not clicked so far this week, the same way that they did last split. So I think coming into today, Alpha 7 probably slightly favored. Skuro and Tellus is my big question mark though, because Skuro and Tellus have been losing lanes, which is not what they should be doing. And I feel like if you lose lane against Cello Cavallo, that's dangerous. So yeah, I'm kind of curious. Well, not curious, I'm concerned, I guess would be more accurate. With whether Corinthians can perform up to standard. Have Corinthians lost all their games this week? No, they won against Rise. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. A7 has lost both their games this week. Are they going to go 0 for 3? Hold on, let me see. Has anybody else gone? We've had the Red Academy go 3 for 3. Rise won a game. Flamengo won a game. Stella won a game. ECG won a game. Yeah, so if A7 go 0 for 3, they are literally the only team that does that. You don't support the Corinthians? Okay. That's fair. I mean, I feel a bit bad for the players that you don't support them literally because of the the bad choice of Corinthians to use the tag that nobody uses. Nobody calls them the SCCP. Kaboom Ideal has funny socials though. I do like their socials, even if I think that their team Ike trolls. Yeah, even sounds Soviet bloc. Actually, now that you said that, okay. I don't know. I should thank you for that, Lunar, to plant that, to incept that idea in my head. It's not a good thing. The Soviet bloc thing. Nah, I still support the players. I like the Corinthian players. I'm starting to really like RD Gap though for Alpha 7. I think RD Gap has been consistently performing well despite their losses. I just hope he's not like a Pico style player where, you know, they look really good in losses, but then not quite seem to find the wins. Oh. Okay, how are we doing on time today? We are actually a little bit slower today, despite not having pauses. Interesting. Okay, I think unless... Well, because I guess we had a couple of games go long today, 40-minute games. Like I said, the games today have been closer. Not always for the right reasons. Looking at you, Kaboom. But, yeah. closer at least, so it's more interesting. You're not quite sure who wins. It has unfortunately been pretty much drop gap for the most games though. Like whichever side's easier to execute tends to win. A7 versus Corinthians? We'll see if that continues to hold to be the case. Yeah. I think... yeah, I've got a decent idea. I've got an idea of the teams now, for the most part. The only team I'm still not completely understanding is A7. And hopefully this game will show me a bit more. I'm going to be honest, I don't think it will. Because the problem is everybody else keeps telling me A7's really good. And then... yeah. TSM plays, I don't know, maybe next split they take over 100 Thieves spot in the LTA North and TSM's back. I hope not. I really hope not. I did used to like TSM and CLG. I like both of them, so I wasn't like a hard fan for any of the two teams, but when they left the LCS, to me that was a betrayal. And the opposite of love is not hate, it is apathy. And as much as I loved those teams, I now hate them for abandoning the LCS. Okay. A7, who look like they're wearing... because the jersey colors are so similar to Kaboom, it kind of looks funny to me seeing Skuro. It's like the same uniform that he's still wearing. Zekas is sleeping. Low-key, Zekas has been sleeping through the split. Come on, brother, wake up. Corinthians are 1-3. You're better than this. Y'all were third place last split. We should not be struggling so much right now.
Vamos ver, são dois times que estão aí na parte inferior da tabela.
E assim, né, esse Corinthians, né, com essa formação, começar 1-3, não era exatamente o que a gente esperava, né, um time que terminou muito bem.
Oh, draft is already completed. Oh, Corinthians win this, they got Yone. Done. That's my analysis done. Corinthians actually do have like an incredibly easy to execute composition though. Like, no cap. It's very similar to the comp we saw earlier today. With the Bard as well, I kind of like it. A bit more, I think, than just a straight engage tank because of the tools on the other side. A7, much harder to execute with this comp. I mean, you've got the Ori, Nico, Shen style combo to come through. It helps Kaisa really get in there, I guess. You can put the ball on her, you can use Stand United, and then she goes diving in. You can Shockwave when she's in the middle of the enemies, buys her more time, sets up for Nico. Like, I can see the combos. I just think the burden of execution is a lot harder on the side of A7. Early game as well, Shen's really going to struggle into Rumble. Like, later on, it's fine. You build a crack... Kanik Rookern, there we go. That's the item in my head. Plus please in the MR and you're fine, but then you still have to deal with these guys. I like Nefiri and Kaisa into the Ezreal. I think that's fine, but I think that's all they've got going for them. So compositionally, I'd say 4.5. It's a really great comp from Corinthians. I kind of 3, 2.5 for A7. Yeah, I'll give it a 2.5. I'm not seeing... No, I'll give it a 3. I'll give it a 3. There's a bit of internal cohesion. It's not like just completely like just 5 champions that do their own thing. Like I said, you can kind of see the angle with the Nico Oriana, and then you've got Stand United, and yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of what A7 might be trying to go for here. So yeah, I'll give them that extra half point. Yeah, better than just did average. So for my hypothesis today to hold through, Corinthians will win this because they have the easier to execute composition. We'll see if that's true or not. Yeah.
Então vamos que vamos pro jogo que essas duas equipes precisam demais da vitória.
Vamos ver quem é que consegue aquele passo à frente aqui para deixar um pouco o fundo da tabela de lado. O time da Alpha 7 e o time do Corinthians vão se posicionando em Summoners Rift para fazer esse confronto, que é o último confronto do dia, né? A gente teve aí já os 5 jogos, começando esse agora.
Or we can bully Yone pretty hard in the laning phase. Wait, what is Telos? What is that?
Alpha 7 jogando de calções vermelhos. Tá tudo pronto, meus amigos. Tá tudo certo.
What?
Tá na sua tela. Vamos junto.
Oh, one of Drake. Oh, okay. I was like so confused for a second. It's one of the Freeze dogs. That's really cute. Lunar, all I say is look to your motherland, and I'll leave it at that. Also, I'm not going to seriously actually answer political questions that could be political.
Nossa, é difícil, né? Você vê ali, já tem uma Sejuani, um Ione, o
Canada is technically a socialist country, but
deslacrado, pra mim é o campeão que melhor
Yeah.
consegue retirar a força dessa runa, porque é um campeão que naturalmente já tem bastante força no mapa por conta dos MIPs, como ele vai...
I mean, that's not what they call themselves, Lunar.
Que inclusive são pinguins, não são sinos, mas ele vai buscando ali, então consegue um pouco mais de rotação de mapa, consegue ser mais efetivo com o incendiar, com o teleporte que seja, então traz uma força maior.
I feel like for A7 to find success, Drake Hero or Skrull has to start like getting snowballing. But the problem is I'm not sure where or how they get the snowball. When both your jungler and a lane needs to snowball, it's kind of tough. Like maybe it's on Telos to try and get that bot lane rolling, and then maybe just camp bot down, try and make that happen. Ooh. We've seen this song and dance before. They're just invading off the Yone. Telos with the heal to escape and not the unsealed spellbook either. Interesting. Heal's bad. Mukio secured his own buff actually. Drake Hero has smite though, so Mukio just has to chase Drake Hero out. This is if Mukio can stall for a bit longer. Oh, the reset's huge. Oh, Drake Hero gets it anyways. Okay. If the reset got a bit like further up, Mukio could actually go for the smite fight, but I think it wasn't quite fast enough, and Mukio's smite just came up. Okay. I mean, on one hand, great, you set Mukio a little bit behind. On the other hand, I feel like that slows things down for Drake Hero a lot. Actually, I'm not sure it's beneficial. We'll see. Rumble lost 2 minions. Okay, great. I guess you take those if you're A7, but I just feel like it slows down Drake Hero, and with the Nefiri, you just want to try to accelerate as much as possible. You get the extra cap, I guess, in power farm, so we'll see if it's worth. I just fear it is not. Oof, Aituza. RD Gap's playing this well. Oof. Wow, the Durant shield was doing work in that fight. Holy. Yeah, Ori is surprisingly lane oppressive. She doesn't feel it normally, but okay. And we're getting the lane swap early from Corinthians. I don't know how I feel about this lane swap. Okay, I think he's just shoving that wave in. That's actually pretty good. He actually denies away a minion. One, but for Yone. I mean, it denied 2 minutes of Rumble, we denied 1 mid. It's kind of evening out, right? That's how that works. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this lane swap coming through from Corinthians. They opted for it first. I don't feel like they're getting an advantage for it. Chiari's happy to sit here, and Skrull didn't lose much either. Like, who's getting the advantage for Corinthians by doing this?
assumam que o Chiari pode ficar atrás do farm, pode ficar um pouquinho atrás, ele é um Shen, ele é um tanque.
Chiari is playing with fire though. He's taking a lot of poke and a lot of damage.
Vai precisar farmar, o Rumble precisa entrar no jogo, principalmente nessa composição, porque é ele que vai trazer o dano mágico.
É, vai ser delicado a vida aqui pro Chiari, viu? Ele conseguiu boas trocas, ainda extraiu 100% do Shen pra não ser abatido.
Yeah, Chiari's actually ahead from that lane swap.
Muita pressão, né? O Bardo tem
Sometimes I don't really understand why some teams lane swap. I still don't understand to this day why Pain was lane swapping so much last split.
É difícil lidar contra essa bot lane, principalmente sendo um campeão melee. Assim também lê a bot lane.
Zekis is getting completely zoned. He's losing. It feels like he's losing out so much on this swap. And I feel like he benefits more from gold than Shen does. Like, I get that Rumble is supposed to be one of the top laners who can hold a 1v2 better. But yeah, when you're kind of behind in XP because of it, then obviously that's not true. And it's the timing of the lane swap, I think, that kind of shafted him. You lane swap to get Ezreal even? But Cello was doing fine in the 2v2. And the timing of the recall didn't even feel like it got him ahead, or like, yeah, it's just the same. Yuko loses a smite fight, and he's gonna lose his life. Oh wait, did he bait Drake Hero into this? Nope, it's enough Fury. What was I thinking? Oh my goodness, if Corinthians lose... My theory is in shambles, and truly Corinthians are going the way of Flamengo if they lose. I don't know, like I said, I don't know who's calling for that lane swap. I don't really understand. Cello was doing fine. That is Cello. Like, he's usually fine. Okay, Luna, that is objectively wrong. You can say that Cello mispositions and he causes his team to lose, but he's never not done damage in his games. Whether it be to his own team's mental or... Oof. Zeka's got the timing wrong.
Não conseguiu roubar ainda, acabou morrendo, perdendo o flash, a brincadeira toda. É uma jogada que o jogador ali fica... né? Mas deu tudo errado. NT, beleza. Vamos ver na sequência. Não é uma jogada que define a partida, obviamente. O time da Alpha 7 bota um pezinho na frente, mas a galera do Corinthians ainda tá no jogo.
Getting more lane swap shenanigans coming through. A7 wants screw in the mid lane, which I think is the usual choice at this point. Corinthians are happy just leaving Cello up there, and that's fine. Aethusa, ooh, they went the recurve bow for Aethusa. I think A7's lane swaps have made more sense to me. Or they're choosing not to lane swap early, and lane swap now makes sense to me. I think 2v1 punishes the sort of recurve build harder than the Vamp Scepter build. And if you see Aethusa running recurve, then yeah. Just run 2v1. The recurve does not matter. And he can't sustain. One of the reasons why I wasn't that big a fan of the recurve part of the build. I know it hits harder. And in a 1v1 fine if you're ahead, but... Okay, Drake Hero securing another grub.
Ainda tá fazendo a linha de frente, Drake Hero vem pra cima, o cavalo vai fugindo ali na jornada, passa a barragem incendiária. O Drake Hero evita ela, o Melchior faz a entrada.
Okay, they catch Drake Hero, nice!
Garante a eliminação, o time do Corinthians.
Oh, Cello dodges out the Pop Blossom, and he's winning the 1v1. He does not, however, win the 1v2. Nice from Skuro. He's still holding the flash. And also managed to pick up the other Herald, so... Corinthians win the kill fight, but they lose the objective fight. A7's prioritizing objectives. Well, I mean, you could argue so is Corinthians by not rotating Cello out of top lane, right? Because the objective is going to be grubs, so... Oh, Cavallo played that well. Cavallo's a really good support. Oh, the CC chain. Oh, we're being forced out to look at Chiari. I think Telos kind of put himself in a really awkward position, having to Zhonya that early. Yep. Okay. Let's talk Shen for a second. Because, remember when I said if Shen gets Kaning Crooker, then he'll be fine? This is the problem. is that Shen doesn't want Koenig Roken. He wants Tiamat so he can shove, so that he gets lane prio. Because if you buy Koenig Roken, you survive the lane, but you can't stand United effectively without losing a ton of CS. So Chiari, unfortunately, goes with Tiamat and then doesn't respect the fact that he actually doesn't win the fight. You get shoved, but you got to play safe against the Rumble. You're not actually going to win that fight. Shen is an acquired taste, for sure. I'll give you that. I don't think he's the best tank in the current meta. I think Ornn and Sion are both better than Shen. But there is a place for Shen. Unfortunately, it is usually with a hyper carry. I can kind of see it with the Kai'Sa, but you got to respect the lane and how the lane works. Also, you run it into auto attack champions where you can use Spirit's Refuge. If you run into APs, it does nothing for you. And that's the big problem that Chiari is facing right now, is that you're up and against a Rumble where he does not care about your Spirit's Refuge. He'll set all of it on fire. Ornn is everything not tank. True, but he is also a tank among everything. So if we're talking tanks, I will include Ornn there. Ornn is indeed everything. That's why he swore off war. He was too powerful. But the League of Legends had to bring him back. Actually, I'm surprised we don't see more Ornn in the current meta. Ornn is strong. I don't think he's OP. Like, that's why we're seeing Sion more, but like, it's hyper skill meta, no? Like, why we're seeing Sivir, we're seeing Jinx, we're seeing Senna. Why not Ornn? Especially with Senna, Ornn bot. It's good. It's strong. Oh, I guess I know why we don't see Ornn, because Senna's the AD carry right now, so we're pairing her with actual support. She wants to farm, but nevertheless. Ornn top with Senna bot is still pretty good. I hate the kill distribution though. Like, I'm okay with Sekka's getting that solo kill because, you know, he did the work for it, but 2 kills on Mewkyo feels really bad. 0 stacks of Heartsteel, by the way. Just completed. Hasn't been able to stack it. I don't know when he's going to be able to. I'm not a fan of Heartsteel. Unless you're running into like a quadruple melee comp. There is 2 melee champions inside of A7. Stacking that's going to be not fun. Yeah, Zekka's just running him down. It's going to get way worse once he gets the Andrews. Oh? Does RD Gap just die here? Oh, the Stand United. Yeah, remember we had that conversation about Tiamat and trying to shove your lane? Yeah, Chiari didn't shove his lane. He's Stand United. He's going to lose that turret. Even to a Rumble. Ah, A7's hemorrhaging. It's really rough because I actually don't feel like A7 is doing much wrong. Like, okay, Chiari opting to fight. Chiari made one mistake in lane. Fine. I can live with that. Besides that, I don't feel like A7's played this wrong. They are just not... They're not matching, and it's a comp death. It's kind of a drop death. Yone is too powerful. Shen into Rumble was a mistake. I'm not sure what the thinking was behind this, but I just think that's a flat-out mistake. Everything else is okay, but... Everything else is literally okay. Look at where the differentials are coming in. And I blame Drake Hero dying and not being able to assist his lanes because of the lanes as to why he's behind. A7 is responding, that's the issue. But how can they play proactively? Is it like, where does Drake Hero look to play proactively right now? He doesn't have a lane to go to. Maybe bot lane, that's about it. Like, kill Cello, I guess. But now that Cavallo's level, like, past level 6, has Tempered Fate, Tempered Fate, has this Unsealed Spellbook, with Exhaust Heal, by the way. It just makes it so hard for Drake Hero to get that lane. Kai'Sa is the roamer? On one hand, yes, I see where you're coming from, and I do think that would help ganks, but I think it would cause Skuro to lose out too much CS if he's the roaming ganker. Because even if Skuro moves, I think your gank % rate goes up, but it's not 100%. And if you miss 1 or 2 ganks, like, that's it. Like, it's just not playable. My mouse is griefing me for some reason. Let's try that again. 100%. There we go. If you don't get 100%, then you just shot the Kai'Sa at that point. And Kai'Sa is kind of like one of your late Actually, you've got the Neferi, I guess. So even if she's not like the big carry late, it's still playable. It's over anyways. Yeah, so fine. But you understand, right? Like my point is like it's a draft issue. It feels like. Okay. Good pick onto Cavallo. That's what I'm talking about, right? Exhaust, Teal, Tempered Fate buys so much time that yeah. Ooh, that was actually really close. Well played from A7. Ooh, that was close. Oh, and Solo with the snipe from downtown. Okay. That's good for A7. They take that. It is necessary for A7 even. Oh, RD Gap's dead.
Vai segurar legal, porque o Rodogap acho que foi...
RD Gap knows he's toasted. So at the end of the day, 2 for 2. We're past 14 minutes, so you don't even get plates for that. Things are dead even. I did think that was a good gank though from A7 on that top side.
Foi pra cima com a chegada do Chiari, o submarino não era nuclear, não matou ninguém, vai ficar por isso mesmo, a galera do Corinthians sai daí.
Mas deu muita segurança.
3 for 2? Oh yeah, 3 for 2, sorry, you're right.
Assim, tava 2x1 ali, né? Do mesmo jeito não quis comprar.
Yeah, because they got Nukio, Etuza, and Cavallo. Right. Okay. Yes. I can math, maybe. Meanwhile, Etuza is farming. Yone is killing. Yone is busted. We need to see more Yone, especially in best of ones. Oh, we don't need to, but I do think it is a very strong pick. Oh, Zeka's got tagged. Just the tip. Angle barbs. Can they stop this? I don't think so. Yeah, I threw it in FTP. Mukio's down bot. And mostly posture. Oh. Does this dive work? Ah, they whiffed! They whiffed! Very over-ambitious from Corinthians there. On one hand, I am okay with them doing that because it reminds me a lot of how SCCP or how they were playing back when they were Stella. On the other hand, it is very expensive. Zekas? What? We don't chase? Why did we not chase? Zekas had that. Easy clap. Okay. The Ori out didn't displace? Didn't he flash over that? Hold on. Oh, he missed. Yeah. Okay. Not gonna lie, I actually didn't even see the ult go off. Like, I just lost track of where the ball placement was. So. Yeah. It was close though. A bit of mistakes from both sides. I don't know if I'd have killed Mukio actually. Probably not. I don't think RD Gap has enough damage yet in his build. But probably might have slowed down the Dragon Take. I don't know. Hard call to make. Ah, it's a Chemtech Drake again. I think we've had like 2 or 3 Chemtech souls already today.
Colocando nas rotas, a gente tem os 3 jogadores que começam a fechar ali pelo meio do mapa, a galera da Alpha 7 também defende, fica ainda na parte inferior do mapa o Aituza para empurrar o de Minions com o...
Honestly, given the draft, I think A7's actually been playing pretty decently. It's just the draft makes it so hard. This Nyx fight might decide how the game goes. If A7 can win it, it kind of lays a blueprint for how they can actually play this. And also suggests that Corinthians can't layer the CC properly, or their AoE properly. But I just think it's so much easier for Corinthians. And Corinthians get a lead, a significant lead, then it's kind of GG. Burn, baby, burn. Spirit's Refuge did absolutely nothing.
que o Bardo desativou a torre, ele já tava vendido, né? Tinha que ter saído correndo muito aí por conta da chegada.
Celo is unfortunately not able to do much this game, huh? Just farming. I guess he's waiting for mirror mana. Maybe then we talk. Skuro is so deep behind enemy lines. The stun that? The Celo live? Oh, wow. Where is Aethusa at? Come on, Aethusa. We are whiffing everything, and it does not matter because we are Yone, and Fate Seal just multiplies anyways. And TP burnt from Arty Gap. Not bad, not bad. That's a lot of resources burnt. Okay. Kings are coming down on Otacon. Actually, okay. Yeah, no Skuro, no Drake Hero, no, yeah, it's a free Otacon. No Shockwave from Arty Gap to try and stop this either. Yeah, that fight might have been what breaks this game open. Like, wide open. 3k Goldie's already pretty big. You get Otacon as well to catch up all the flowers that A7's been picking up. It's actually disgusting how many flowers A7 got, and Corinthians just didn't get flowers, despite having map pressure and roaming around. But this is my problem with Skuro a little bit. I feel like a lot of A7's problems have been about Skuro and Telas. Telas this game has played very, very well. I think his Nico, spot on. But Skuro, like, why are we playing Secret Agent behind? Like, the Kaisa flank? Is that the deadliest? Yeah, they show mirror picture-in-picture. Shelly charged and go off, or got blocked because of Temper Fate. Well played from Kavala. A7 can't find squat. Gold differential remains the same. Low-key also, it's really bad when you've got a Shen and you can't control your side lanes. Like, Corinthians have full control of the side lanes right now. That's really bad. Like, what is your Shen doing then? You are you're a decent tank, and that's about it. Again, Sion or Ornn would have been much better. Telas getting cooked? That had to be a misclick. Telas proto belted backwards. That had to be a misclick. Oh, and we are just diving now. Rip. Okay, that's game. Yone is just... Yep. Yone's online. Zekus 610. Zekus, I love that you're back in form. Zekus has been doing so fantastic. Yeah, last split Zekus did so phenomenally well. And he's doing it again. I truly very much feel this is a draft gap coming through from A7. I think this is the first game where I felt like it's just like 90% draft gap between the two teams. And then 10% Skuro just wandering around trying to play Secret Agent. Yeah, Chiari still doesn't have Kanik Rooker, and Mertretz alone is not enough to deal with Blood Omen and Leandri's Torment.
Ali da volta do Big Tree agora aqui no Corinthians.
Tá indo bem, muito bem nesse jogo. Estão conseguindo fazer a brincadeira rodar. Agora no...
Oh, Chiari's coming back in. He's greeting for this. Did we see Tempered Fate? We do not, but we are going to see a kill. Of that, I have no doubt. See, Spirit's Refuge is much more effective when they're auto-attacking, but against Rumble, it does nothing. Yep. Uber Eats delivery is complete. Oh, really nice. Yeah, the CC chain is just disgusting. It's kill, it's kill. If they can hold them here, Aethusa gets a turret up top as well. Can they? This is getting kind of dicey. They have vision on this. Aethusa has ult, so maybe he just ults to get away. Or maybe he collapses back to his team because his team's coming. Yeah, they turn. It's perfect. Oh my goodness, this is gorgeous watching Corinthians play this. Oh my goodness. Zekus with the Donyas as well, or Seeker's Arm Guard. They just run them down. The stun on Chiari. If Aithusa didn't get pulled back by the Soul Unbound, that could have been should have been so much worse. Okay. Yep. Okay, Corinthians, take your victory lap. Baron's about to spawn, so... Oh... We did not need to do that. That is so extra. I think he's feeling himself.
E a build dele você vê que é uma build honesta, ó, humilde. Tem 3 itenzinhos, só o que ele precisa pra massacrar o adversário.
Pra você, ele é tipo o inverso da Kalista.
Muito.
Nossa,
muito.
100%. Se tem Yone no jogo, a chance de ganhar já
aumenta
drasticamente.
Perfeito, exatamente.
Ainda mais com uma Sejuani do lado, ainda mais com o Rumble.
I don't know. Ambitious draw from A7. Over ambitious. That's the case turned out. Yeah, they just fall back, they take Baron, and then they push in. The fact that they're diving like that and getting kills just kind of means that that A7 not really playable.
Tá aí, o GSTV. Barão tem nenhuma defesa para Alpha 7. A situação para eles é cada vez mais complicada. Realmente a composição deles não conseguiu clicar, não conseguiu encaixar.
Okay, that ult from Solo was not it.
Composição tá muito redondinha.
Did not properly calculate where the minions would be.
E quando lutam juntas, isso se torna ainda mais forte, né? Muito setup pro Rumble conseguir incomodar. O Ezreal agora conseguiu chegar também no seu segundo item. O Aithusa recebendo muito auxílio também nas rotas laterais, sempre consegue colocar bastante pressão.
Wait, does Skuro get caught here? Oh my goodness. Skuro's hinting. Skuro hinted. And just like this, Corinthians get free push, free shove. They know they've got numbers advantage. This is not enough threat. Drake Hero is not as big a threat right now. Because he's behind too.
A vantagem tá basicamente em cima dele, né? 7.000 de vantagem, ele tem basicamente metade ali nas mãos. Tá jogando muito bem os Zekas, ao que tudo indica aqui, trazendo mais uma vitória para a equipe do Corinthians, a segunda e para Alpha 7. É ir do céu ao inferno, uma primeira semana com 100% de vitórias, agora na super semana.
And Nightooth is pushing mid as well with Mukyo shading over. So they have multiple lanes they can try and push through. 5 seconds on Skuro. Telat's already getting chunked. Then Chiari's the tank, bro! And he just got melted! Jeez. Oh my goodness. There's still a minute 20 on this Baron too. Are they just going to try and push to end? I don't know if they can actually do it under 2 turrets. They got a wave. They have Fate Sealed. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and pull the trigger. Yep. Aithusa, there we go. There's the Fate Seal we're talking about. Snaps back, dodges the Pop Blossom. The Tempered Fate to stop the other turret, so it's free? Okay, Corinthians put on a clinic. This is the most one-sided game we had today. Holy. It started actually not bad for A7 too, but then, yeah. At least Skuro gets a kill on Cello at the very end. Too clean. Too damn clean. Could be worse, could be the LEC shoe. We only got 1 game of this. It's not the LEC. And again, most of the games today were fairly competitive, so not gonna complain about it. Yeah, but it really does feel like CD right now, this split, this week. Easier comp wins. That's how it feels like.
Talvez seja a recuperação desse elenco que se provou muito no split passado, trocou de organização e agora tá voltando muito forte.
E fizeram um jogo redondinho, né, GSTV? Executaram a composição, acho que a composição ajudou, mas aí mérito deles que conseguiram pegar esses campeões tão fortes no pick ban, executaram muito bem, não deram chance nenhuma pra galera do Alpha 7.
Assim, né, por mais que a gente já tá vivendo um ano de Fearless Draft, né, tá jogando uma série melhor de um, então tem que buscar esse tipo de
in terms of MVPs, Zekas, I think Zekas unquestionably MVP. Zekas cooked everybody. That man was on fire. Honorable mentions to Cavallo. I feel like Cavallo is always honorable mentions. Cavallo is a really good support. His bards were on point. An RMC tier list of what? What did you want me to tier list? The teams?
você não precisa, né? Não seja obrigado a mudar, talvez realmente seja ir naquele mais feijão com arroz, no simples. E eu acho que assim, não tem nada mais feijão com arroz do que Ione Sejuani. Um campeão melee com uma Sejuani ainda tem um Rumble. É muito.
Let me see if I can find a tier list.
Que precisava do terreno a seu favor.
Can they not have one for Split 3? Come on, guys.
Drake Hero utilizou a ultimate antes e aí só depois veio a ultimate da Orianna, que já não foi efetiva. Então precisava ter esse controle dos espaços para ser efetivo.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a tier list maker thing.
Onde o Corinthians brilhou.
Eu sinto que é muito mérito do Corinthians também de não deixar a Alpha 7 organizar a teamfight, cara.
Sim.
Você vê que em nenhum momento, basicamente,
there's one for Split 2, but then it shows like
Você monta a composição pra fazer o combo e não
oh no,
consegue,
that's a player one. I don't want a player one, I want teams.
que a gente viu no jogo.
É porque assim, né, o Corinthians tem uma composição que comba bem, mas ainda tem skirmishes fortes.
Legal.
Okay, you know what? Forget this. If you have a link, Lunar, to a tier list maker, that's fine. If not, I'm just gonna ghetto this and draw on the screen.
Outros tipos de situação, o próprio Ione. A gente falou tanto da teamfight, né, do combo, junta todo mundo pro Rumble lutar, mas ele brilhou muito também no speed.
Let's see. Okay, I think right now S tier is Red Academy. Ghetto? Okay. S tier is Red Academy. I think Kate Stars is A tier. Then I think B tier is Kaboom, Los Grandes, and yeah, I'm gonna say Corinthians. I'm not gonna flame for the Corinthians one because they are now 2 and 3. But I really do believe they are B tier. They just have a really bad start. C tier? Yep, Zekas, let's go. Oh, this is where it gets weird for me, actually. C tier right now. Huh. Maybe Alpha 7 and eChamp Gaming is C tier? My problem with Flamengo is that they're being stupid. Flamengo should be a B tier team, but they're being stupid. And the way they've been playing is D tier. But then today they played well. So I don't know if I want to put them in C or D right now. Like, they are better than this, I swear. But I said that last split. So I'm going to err on the side of caution and put them D. they have scarred me too much. So they are D tier. I'm going to D tier them. Rise Gaming. I'm going to put Rise Gaming at the bottom of C tier. I think they're CD right now, but I'm actually low-key impressed by how Bippy has been playing. And I think Linkus and Zai have been pretty good. Sting and Yups is kind of the problem. They could drop to D pretty easily. And then I think Stella for me is a D tier right now. I love this team very dearly. I love Crosstail and Matsukaze. But realistically, their mechanics are actually struggling. They are losing lane, or they're behind in CS almost every single time I've watched them so far. So I think that's actually a really big problem for Stella. They know what they should do in team fights, but if you're down gold, you're just playing a disadvantage every time. So it's really, really tough for them. I think if they clean up their laning and Forlin stops inting like crazy, I don't know what's going on with Forlin. Forlin's like inting hard. If they fix that, I think they can go up to top of C tier maybe. R tier relegated? I'm not going to call an R tier just yet. I don't think any team here is just like auto relegated right now. Let me just see. Rise at the bottom. That's funny to me, actually. I mean, they could be. Rise is at the bottom, but they made a change this week, right? To get Pippi in for Aikawa and Link is in for Piloto, and I think that's said a lot. So I don't actually think they're the worst team right now. I say as they lost again to Flamengo, but I genuinely don't think they're the worst team right now. We shall see. Unfortunately, today we do have well, fortunately, nicely, Red Academy 3 for 3 on the week. Unfortunately, A7 0 for 3 on the week. A little bit rough. Should been on CCP as my feature as my thumbnail. Nah. I don't think I will, Lunar. You can screenshot it if you want. I don't care, but yeah, no. CD is not the only thing I have going on, and it's not enough to represent my thing. But yeah, that's it for this week. It's been a bit of a long week. We have LTA South this weekend, and it's bangers all the way down. I love that the LCA South ended up the way it did, and we got some really good week 2 matches. They should all be pretty fun. And Gringos Liberado should be out, I believe, Friday, most likely this week. So tune into that. We had some hot takes. We had some fun takes. But yeah, that's it for me today. Thanks all of y'all who came out. Rev, Sparketips, Dark Knight, Lunar, Ray, all of y'all who dropped by. Really appreciate it. And for those of you who lurked, who I did not know that you were in here, thanks too. Not a fan of the LTA format. You know what, Lunar? Let's talk about that next week, because yeah, I have my ups and downs with the format as well. But you caught me at the end of the stream, and I do need to go do some other stuff right now. So peace out. See you all this weekend and next week. Bye.